Chapter 88 Chapter 88. Is it Wang Miaoshu? Is his master a peerless? Chapter 88. Is it Wang Miaoshu? Is his master a peerless? Expert? _I. Hehe, go ahead. I'll wait. Wang Miaoshu stood on the spot, motionless like a mountain. This was the first time he felt the feeling of having power. It was actually so wonderful. Master is really incomparably powerful. Wang Miaoshu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The contents recorded on the first page of his master's medical skills were already so terrifying. He really could not imagine how powerful his master's medical skills were. In fact, he couldn't wait to go back and study it seriously. Body cultivator, although your blood essence is strong, in front of my star-shattering hammer, your body is just a decoration. The 9th stage golden core cultivator realized that he couldn't break free from Wang Miaoshu's control. Hence, a ray of light lit up on the ring. Then, a scarlet hammer appeared in his hand. Hammer's head was extremely sharp, emitting a cold light. The hammer smashed down on Wang Miaoshu. Not good. Meteor shield. Seeing the hammer fall, Wang Jingtian, who was lying on the ground, changed his expression drastically. As an immortal cultivator in the Lin family, he naturally knew that immortal cultivators had once developed a magic treasure that could resist body refinement cultivators. Amongst them, the star-shattering hammer was a middle-grade spirit weapon. He immediately took out his meteor shield. It's the young master's meteor shield. It was given to him by his master. That's right, this shield was able to destroy a mountain in the past. It's extremely hard. Everyone from the Wang family looked at the scene in front of them with worry. If Wang Jingtian had taken out this shield before, they would have cheered and jumped for joy. However, at this moment, they felt that this shield was nothing in front of that hammer. Gotcha! As expected, just as everyone was done with their doubts, they saw the hammer's attack land on the meteor shield. The flying star shield that was so hard that it could smash mountains before. In an instant, it shattered like paper. It's over. Everything is over. Everyone in the Wang family closed their eyes one after another, not daring to watch the bloody scene that was about to happen. Die. So what if you're a body cultivator? In front of me, you're just a pile of scrap metal. The cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm sneered. He even saw that Wang Miaoshu did not dodge or resist. His face was filled with ecstasy. When this hammer fell, it would definitely tear this troublemaker in front of him into pieces. Clang! The hammer hit Wang Miaoshu's body, making a metallic sound. However, there was no scream. Instead, a terrified voice sounded. How is that possible? How is this possible? The 9th level Golden Core cultivator's terrified voice rang out. He saw that when the star-shattering hammer smashed onto the surface of Wang Miaoshu's body, sparks actually appeared. As for the star-shattering hammer, it shattered into 2 halves. You. The Golden Core State Level 9 stared at Wang Miaoshu with fear in his eyes. He was completely dumbfounded, and could only say one sentence. Cruel murder. There's no cure for a person like you. Wang Miaoshu said coldly. He squeezed his wrist slightly and instantly, the huge force broke the bones of the 9th level Golden Core cultivator. At the same time, he threw another punch. Bang! The Golden Core State Level 9 exploded into a cloud of blood mist instantly. How is that possible? That's Golden Core State Level 9. Who are you? Why did you save the Wang clan? The Chiu family head's face was filled with disbelief. This Golden Core State Level 9 was found by Chiu Chun. Moreover, it was under Chiu Chun's master's instructions. But now, he was actually killed by a single punch. It was over. This was the only thought in the head of the Chiu family. Yes, Wang Miaoshu. You are Wang Miaoshu. At this moment, Wang Jingxian looked at the person in front of her and frowned. She felt that she had seen this man somewhere before. However, the current Wang Miaoshu could be said to be dozens of times younger than before. It could be said that he had returned to his youth from the state of 80 years old. He was in his prime, and he was handsome. He had the image of a peerless young master. It was completely different from the old man's gray temples. However, between his brows, Wang Xian also asked in puzzlement. She noticed the temperament between Wang Miaoshu's brows, so she asked in surprise and confusion. Wang Miao's hand. Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? How can it be Wang Miaoshu? The head of the Wang family shook his head and quickly walked over to help Wang Jingtian up. Suddenly, Wang Miaoshu stopped him. His injuries are very serious. He asked me to treat him first. Wang Miaoshu said directly. Wang Jingtian's current injuries were extremely serious. If he were to casually touch him, his life might be in danger. At this moment, the great sun immortal followed. So you ran here. I thought something had happened. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Senior? Daoist Big Sun looked at Wang Miaoshu, who was full of blood and qi, and heaved a sigh of relief. This person is injured. My current medical skills are still unable to treat him. Wang Miaoshu looked at the great sun immortal. Don't worry. The great sun immortal glanced at Wang Jingtian and said lightly. He took out a pill from his ring and fed it to Wang Jingtian. Wang Miaoshu, who was looking at the great sun immortal and listening to him talk about medical skills. Everyone looked at Wang Miaoshu in disbelief. Is it really Wang Miaoshu? Instantly, everyone exclaimed. Wasn't the person in front of him Wang Miaoshu? Although he looked younger, his face shape was still recognizable. What is going on? Wasn't Wang Miaoshu an old man before? How did he become so young now? This is really strange. Isn't this too ridiculous? What's going on? Everyone in the Wang family began to discuss, their faces filled with disbelief. Cough cough. At this moment, Wang Jingtian woke up. Everyone from the Wang family hurriedly helped him up. You don't need to help me up. My injuries have all healed. Who saved me? Where's that benefactor from before? Wang Jingtian asked curiously. Little brother, it's Wang Miao. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that Wang Miaoshu and Daoist De Yang had already disappeared. Strange, where did he go? State Immortal Wang scratched his head in confusion. Then, she told Wang Jingtian the whole story. What? Sister, according to what you said, the master of Wang Miaoshu's benefactor is a decision-making expert. At the very least, he's a tribulation transcendence expert, the peak of the continent. Wang Jingtian was stunned when he heard that. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. I'm sorry, I've insulted you with Goldal Eye. Chapter 89. I'm sorry, I've insulted you with Goldal Eye. A tribulation transcendence expert? Isn't that the most powerful person in the entire continent? Everyone from the Wang family was directly stunned. The most surprised were the Wang family's head and the Wang realm immortal. How is that possible? I looked at that. That senior was clearly immortal. The aura on his body is no different from that of a mortal? The head of the Wang family asked in puzzlement. Yes, brother. At the side, Wang Jingxian also nodded his head with a look of disbelief on his face. His benefactor was actually a peak immortal cultivator on the continent. On the Tianyuan continent, the sect leader of a rank 9 sect was like an emperor to mortals. Not to mention a tribulation transcending expert. In their eyes, that was an immortal. A high and mighty immortal, who could crush them to death with a single finger. If Senior had concealed his aura, even I wouldn't have known that Senior was a cultivator, let alone you. In front of that kind of expert, I'm like an ant. Wang Jingtian said solemnly. After hearing Wang Jingtian's words, everyone in the Wang family was shocked. Daughter, quickly go and invite an expert. We have to thank him. We can't let Senior hate us for the 10 gold taels you gave us. The patriarch of the Wang family said in a deep voice, his face filled with anxiety. He had heard that in the eyes of those experts, money was like dirt. In fact, if they used money to express their gratitude to the experts, those experts would think that it was an insult to them. The patriarch of the Wang family thought of this, and the cold sweat on his back directly drenched his clothes. It was too terrifying. He had almost offended a peerless expert. Yes. State Immortal Wang nodded heavily, and hurriedly got up to head to the inn. As for the Chiu family head, Wang Jingtian had touched his neck with his sword. At the Longevity Inn. After a night of sleep, Xiao Changtian woke up early. In this life, he believed in the principle of early sleep and early rise. In this life, he would never stay up late to cultivate. Girl, you're... However, as soon as he went downstairs, he saw Wang Jingxian with a picturesque smile on his face. Senior, it's my fault. Please don't be angry. The moment he saw Xiao Changtian, he immediately knelt down with an extremely regretful expression. In fact, 2 streams of tears flowed down from her delicate eyes. No, what are you doing? Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Senior, it was my fault before. I shouldn't have used 10 taels of gold to humiliate you. Everything is my fault. Please take your anger out on the Wang family. Wang Jingxian cried loudly. His entire face was covered in tears as he knelt on the ground without moving. He only begged bitterly. Humiliating me with 10 taels of gold. Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. What the hell? Was 10 taels of gold considered humiliation? Then let the humiliation be more intense. Xiao Changtian thought. Young lady, get up first and speak clearly. Do I look like a fierce demon? Why are you so afraid of me? Xiao Changtian said in confusion. No. When Wang Jingxian heard this, he hurriedly shook his head and stood up. I'm just a mortal. Why are you so afraid of me? Xiao Changtian shook his head. Mortals. Could it be that Senior is one of those reclusive experts who have achieved great success in his state of mind and returned to his original state? When Jingxian Wang heard Xiao Changtian say that he was a mortal, his face was filled with doubt. He suddenly remembered that the novels he had read seemed to describe this. Realm Immortal Wang was shocked. His entire face suddenly revealed a look of enlightenment. Senior, my father felt that the 10 taels of gold he gave you previously was too little, so he asked me to invite you to the Wang clan for a meal. After understanding the key points, Wang Jing changed his strategy. Such an expert was playing around in the mortal world. The greatest pleasure was to experience the various states of mortals. Therefore, the most important thing now was not the gold or the reward. Instead, it was to be able to have a meal with Senior and leave a good impression in Senior's heart. Treat me to a meal. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Suddenly his deep eyes lit up. Dinner. Could it be that someone is really eating? Previously, this woman said 10 taels of gold, but she felt that it was too little. Could it be that the head of the Wang family wants to give me a wave of compensation? As Xiao Changtian thought about it, the more he felt, this was the truth. All right. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly and agreed. He had to agree to such a thing. Since he had saved someone, how could he refuse if the other party wanted to repay him? Wouldn't this make the other party feel guilty? One had to have a clear mind in order to live. How could he make others unhappy? That's great. Senior, follow me. When Realm Immortal Wang heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to really accept it. Since Senior accepted it, it meant that Senior wasn't angry. Senior didn't even take the humiliation of 10 taels of gold to heart. Ooh, that's good. Go back and tell father to treat Senior well. Don't give him any more rewards. Jingxian Wang thought to himself, and gave the servant outside a look. Soon after, he brought Xiao Changtian along. Daoist big son, my disciple, you guys come too. Bring my kitten down for me. Xiao Changtian nodded his head and shouted at the same time. The kitten was really too young, so he had to feed it himself. Otherwise, it would be very easy for other things to happen. Before opening the path of invincibility, the most important thing for him was to take care of these animals and live a little. Only by lying low could one live to the best of their abilities. Only those who could live to the end had the right to laugh. Xiao Changtian believed this. However, things did not go so smoothly for the great Sun Immortal and Wang Miaoshu in the attic. Master, I don't dare to hug you. Wang Miaoshu's entire body was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. It was too terrifying. The might of that kitten made him, who had reached the great success of body tempering, unable to stand steadily. The great Sun Immortal stood at the side, trembling as well. He could no longer speak. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a kitten. You're a doctor after all. You're even afraid of this? Xiao Changtian was speechless. She turned around and was about to go upstairs to hug him. After all, Immortal De Yang was a powerful immortal cultivator. He could not let him carry a cat for him. However, just as Xiao Changtian regained his senses, he was shocked. Chapter 90. Who exactly is Senior? Chapter 90. Who exactly is Senior? Who are you? Quote. Xiao Changtian looked at Wang Miaoshu in front of him. He was handsome, elegant and dignified. This was his disciple. Although the bones and faces were very similar, Xiao Changtian was still frightened at first glance. Master, you must be joking. I am your disciple. Wang Miaoshu said with a smile. My disciple? Then how did you become like this? Xiao Changtian couldn't help but ask. Was this still the so-year-old man from before? This was clearly a young man of the same age as him. It was just that he was not as handsome as himself. Compared to him, his temperament was still a little lacking. Master, I did it according to your medical skills. Wang Miaoshu had a bitter expression. Why was his master teasing him? Muscle and marrow cleansing. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Really? It seemed that his guess was right. As expected, it was that stupid system that was limiting his cultivation. Stupid system come out. One want an explanation. Xiao Changtian was furious. He tried to communicate with the system in his mind. However, what awaited him was silence. Silence was the bridge of the night. Forget it. One was unlucky. Quote. Xiao Changtian, who was familiar with the system, could only say helplessly. Thus, Xiao Changtian walked upstairs and held the little white cat in his arms. He looked at Wang Miaoshu and shook his head. Such a big and strong young man was actually afraid of a cat. To be able to pair up with Jiu-Er. Jiu-Er was afraid of the turtle. Very quickly, Xiao Changtian walked down with the white tiger in his arms. Senior, do you also have cats? This little white cat is so beautiful. Looking at the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hand, Wang Jingxian's face revealed a look of joy and love. He even smiled at the white tiger. Meow. However, the white tiger didn't like anyone except Xiao Changtian. Seeing that Wang Jingxian was actually smiling at him, he immediately called out. Ah! This shout. This caused the King Realm Immortal to shout as well. However, one of them called him casually. One was a scream of terror. The two were completely different types. Wang Jingxian saw a huge white tiger standing in front of her. For some reason, she appeared on a huge and empty plain. That white tiger was the little white cat in front of him. The little white cat's claws were like mountains as it slapped down on her. She was directly slapped away and crushed into a pool of blood mist. She was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. Her face was pale, and her entire body was trembling. Even his breathing became extremely hurried. What's wrong with you? Xiao Changtian asked curiously, as he looked at the King Realm Immortal lying on the ground. This girl, when I checked her previously, there was no problem. Anemia? That's not possible. The terrified Realm Immortal Wang heard Xiao Changtian's voice. Suddenly, the huge white tiger that crushed her disappeared. The terrifying pressure that enveloped her instantly dissipated. Phew! Only then was the King Realm Immortal able to turn around. How could he not understand that the white kitten in Senior's arms was a peerless ferocious beast? She had once heard from her younger brother that peerless ferocious beasts were even more terrifying than those immortal cultivators. I'm really confused. Senior is such an expert. How could he raise a kitten? Jingxian Wang understood this and hurriedly explained to Xiao Changtian. My mistake. Please, Senior. Wang Jingxian's face was still pale, but he recovered a little. Wang Clan. The building was extremely luxurious. It occupied thousands of miles, with many pavilions and waterside pavilions, fake mountains and fountains, all of which showed the Wang family's economic strength. The Wang family is indeed rich. Xiao Changtian looked at the Wang family's environment and thought to himself. He stroked the white tiger's head a few times. The white tiger revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. She opened her mouth and stuck out her pink tongue, licking Xiao Changtian's palm. You little brat. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. Under Arichi guidance of the state immortal Wang, Xiao Changtian and the other two quickly arrived at the main hall. Compared to the Great Sun Sect's main hall, it lacked a majestic and solemn aura. However, the main hall in front of him was also built extremely grandly and lavishly. There were even more than 100 dishes on the table. The two of them were dazzled. Senior. Seeing Xiao Changtian, the head of the Wang family ran over from afar. He had a respectful expression on his face and a smile. Wang Jingtian stood next to the Wang family head. Wang clan head, this is. Xiao Changtian looked at the young man in green, and his eyes lit up. Seeing the young man holding a sword in his hand, Xiao Changtian, who lived beside the relay station all year round, quickly recognized that this young man should also be a cultivator. As for why the head of the Wang family called him senior, Xiao Changtian didn't care. Many people called him senior. Perfected Qin Yin was unable to read his own fortune because of a calligraphy piece. There were many more. Xiao Changtian was already numb to it. As long as someone called him senior, he would let them call him senior. In any case, they were all mortals or very weak immortal cultivators. He had all kinds of great success skills that the system had enhanced. Perhaps they had seen these stalls at a certain time. Senior, this is my son. He previously became an outer sect disciple in the Lin family and is learning immortal cultivation techniques. The head of the Wang family introduced with a smile. Wang Jingtian stood at the side, sizing up Xiao Changtian. Something's wrong. Why does this person look more and more like a mortal? Even if those experts hide their aura, they should have the temperament of an immortal cultivator, right? Could it be that I guessed wrongly? Wang Jingtian was extremely confused. He looked at Xiao Changtian and saw the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hand. His eye. Wang Jingtian instantly gasped. There was a click. Like Wang Jingxian, the bottom of the bottom sat on the ground. He also saw the divine white tiger. The divine beast white tiger's incomparably vast aura instantly suppressed Wang Jingtian. Meow quote. The white tiger let out a soft cry, rolled its eyes, and glared at Wang Jingtian. His gaze was filled with disdain. It was as if he was saying that even an ant dared to size up his master. Senior, what realm is this expert at? He's so terrifying that he actually has a divine beast white tiger as a pet. Wang Jingtian was shocked. His entire face was filled with disbelief. For a moment he was like a statue. Chapter 91, Mystic Realm Opening, Emperor Slaying Array. Chapter 91, Mystic Realm Opening, Emperor Slaying Array. A huge white tiger phantom lay in the sky and let out a deep roar. White tiger roar. The heavens trembled. All worlds prostrate. Hiss. Wang Jingtian gasped and was dumbfounded. He was too strong. It was too powerful. So powerful that it was unimaginable. Why did you faint too? Xiao Changtian looked at Wang Jingtian, who was sitting on the ground with a puzzled expression. Why was this Wang family's sister so weak? If the woman was a little weaker, she would also look pitiful. But you are a man, and a cultivator with a sword. How can you be so weak every day? Can a man say that he can't do it? He'll give you a prescription later. Xiao Changtian shook his head and said. After all, the Wang family was treating him to a meal. This was a small favor, so he would help if he could. Yes. Wang Jingtian, who was sitting on the ground, hurriedly nodded. He didn't even have time to think about why he had given him a prescription. He only knew that the white tiger's power disappeared instantly when Xiao Changtian's voice sounded. What cultivation level is this? Senior is really too terrifying. I'm afraid that only Senior Yi Fan of the Yi family can have such might, right? Wang Jingtian thought of Yi Fan killing Yi Hao, who had suppressed the Western Bull continent with an axe. Moreover, he did not have any cultivation. Immediately, Wang Jingtian determined that Xiao Changtian was on the same level as an expert like Yi Fan. Xiao Changtian held the kitten in his arms. Under the warm hospitality of the Wang family's head, everyone toasted and laughed. However, While others drank wine, Xiao Changtian drank tea. The way to maintain one's health had been completely engraved into his instincts. More importantly, he was waiting for the head of the Wang family to give him another golden reward. However, he had waited for several hours, but no one from the Wang clan had any intention of handing over the gold. What's going on? Are you not going to give me the gold? No, I have to think of a way to remind them. Xiao Changtian thought about it and immediately said, "The 10 taels of gold from before." Quote. Xiao Changtian said slowly, his gaze sweeping across the face of the Wang clan's patriarch. He believed that the head of the Wang clan was a wily old fox who managed such a large Wang clan. He must have understood his intentions. The result was just as he had expected. The Wang clan had really understood. The expression of Arichi Wang family's patriarch changed, and he immediately stood up. "Very good, you are indeed the head of the family. It is easy to give a hint to a smart person." Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. He was even extremely satisfied when he saw the head of the Wang family walking towards him step by step. Anticipation. JPG. However, what Xiao Changtian didn't expect was that the Wang family head didn't take out the gold. Instead, he knelt on the ground. "Senior, it was my fault before. One shouldn't have used gold to repay you. Please forgive me, senior." The head of the Wang family knelt on the ground, his face full of regret, begging Xiao Changtian for forgiveness. Xiao Changtian was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? What was a common thing? "I'm just a mortal, okay? Mortals were extraordinary." Was he still a mortal? He understood. He understood everything. At this moment he understood everything. It must have been because Wang Miaoshu had taken him as his master, and his disciple test had made him think that he was also a doctor with noble character. Unfortunately, I'm not. Xiao Changtian was depressed. His disciple was noble and upright. What did it have to do with him, his master? "Don't slander me, okay?" Xiao Changtian was in a mess at the table. However, when they were outside, they had to pretend. This was like the image of an elite working outside, and a country bumpkin returning home for the new year. "It's fine. I didn't take it to heart." Xiao Changtian waved his hand. "Thank you for your forgiveness, senior." End quote. When the Wang family's head heard this, he was overjoyed. However, at this moment, outside of Longevity Town, there was a sudden loud noise. The sound was extremely loud, like a meteor falling to the ground. The Wang family head, who was about to stand up, almost stumbled into Xiao Changtian's arms. However, after being glared at by the white tiger, the Wang family's patriarch activated his limits. Under extremely terrifying circumstances, he tilted his body and stood still. "Butler, quickly go and see what's going on." The head of the Wang family instructed the butler, but before the butler could answer, the great sun immortal spoke first. "A mystic realm has appeared a few thousand meters away." Quote. Even though there was a distance between them, the aura was still captured by the great sun immortal. Moreover, he felt that batches after batches of experts and experts were rushing towards the mystic realm. The auras of those experts were abnormally powerful. Although they were far inferior to the 9 Phoenix matriarch, their auras were on par with the 3 of them. There was even a portion of the strong ones whose aura was even stronger than the 3 of them. Clearly, he was an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Secret realm? Xiao Changtian was stunned. In the world of immortal cultivation, he had heard that many experts would take a treasured land as their territory after they died. After passing away, the territory of the chaos world would form a secret realm. Or perhaps it was a battle between many powerful people, and those powerful people died together, and were eventually buried in that place, forming a secret realm. In the secret realm, they would have many magic treasures, cultivation techniques, and even panaceas. These were all existences that immortal cultivators would flock to. I feel that there seems to be an opportunity for me in the mystic realm. At this time, the great sun immortal spoke. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. This was the intuition of an immortal cultivator. "You want to go? Then I'll go and take a look too." Xiao Changtian was stunned at first. Then he looked at the Great Sun Immortal. If Arichi Great Sun Immortal wanted to go, it would be very dangerous for him to be without the protection of experts. He should be safe if he followed the Great Sun Immortal. I want to go too. Seeing this, Wang Jingtian hurriedly followed up. There should be an opportunity for the mystic realm to appear. However, his current strength was very weak. He was only in the Golden Elixir realm. After being defeated by the Golden Core State Level 9 cultivator, Wang Jingtian was traumatized. He wanted to break through and become stronger. If he could follow Senior, he would be safe and his life would be safe. He would not have to worry about anything else, and would just focus on searching for treasures. Alright, let's do it then. Xiao Changtian nodded. Wang Jingtian was also an immortal cultivator. Although he was weak, one more person meant more power. In the dark chamber, the man wearing Arichi's skull mask had a gloomy expression and held a bead covered in black gas in his hand. Even if you are an ancient emperor, you still have to die in the emperor slaying formation. Green Bull Emperor, I originally wanted to make this move go further, but unfortunately you're trash. The Emperor Slayer formation can be activated with the blood essence of the Green Bull Emperor. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. Entering the Secret Realm, Devoured by the Black Fog. _I. Chapter 92. Entering the Secret Realm, Devoured by the Black Fog. _I. However, before that, one still need the blood essence of some cultivators. Hehe, you ants that have entered, sacrifice yourselves. The man wearing the skull mask laughed coldly. His voice reverberated within the dark secret chamber, and was extremely terrifying. I didn't expect that an ancient mystic realm would open in such a dilapidated town that doesn't even have many cultivators. Ha ha ha, who says so? Those who are allied with my Montenegro sect, please come here. I don't know what kind of opportunities will be in the mystic realm, and what kind of farming opportunities will be there. However, the ancestor has died, and now the sect needs someone to break through and guard it. This mystic realm is an opportunity. Figures appeared in the sky one after another. Those people were very fast, like streams of light, falling into the mystic realm. They followed. There were also the Xiao, Lin and Chu families, as well as Yi Fan, Mu Jiuhuang and the others. A mere mystic realm is not worth mentioning compared to the opportunities in Senior's small courtyard. Yi Fan, why did you come here? Mu Jiuhuang looked at Yi Fan and asked. I feel that Master seems to have come to the Western Bull continent. Yi Fan held Lin Tingji's hand indifferently. Senior is here? You can sense Senior's aura? Mu Jiuhuang was shocked. She knew that Yi Fan was very strong and far surpassed her. However, was Yi Fan already strong enough to sense Senior's aura? No. I can sense Senior Black Tortoise's aura. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Senior Black Tortoise? Mu Jiuhuang is stunned, and then she sees one green-haired tortoise riding on one panda's head, squatting at the entrance of the secret realm, staring at those passing female cultivators. Fatty, which one do you think is better? Black Tortoise patted Fatty Rongrong's head, its head swaying left and right, its gaze on those female Xiao. Boss, the ones who just walked past are still alright. Fatty Rongrong paused, feeling Boss touching her head, instantly rejoicing in her heart. This is Big Brother Black Tortoise. In the future, no one would dare to bully her if she followed her big brother, not even Phoenix. As long as he was not alone. Senior Black Tortoise. At this moment, Mu Jiuhuang, Yi Fan, and the others descended from the sky and arrived in front of the Black Tortoise. Cough cough. Seeing Mu Jiuhuang, the Black Tortoise coughed twice and instantly retracted its eyes. Then he said, have the two of you solved the matter of the West Bull continent? Senior Black Tortoise, it's already been resolved. Yi Fan said indifferently with a respectful expression. Not bad. Your cultivation has already reached this stage. It seems that as Master's eldest disciple, you didn't disappoint Master. Black Tortoise stared at Yi Fan for a while, and said in satisfaction. Master's Taoist magic is still the strongest. Yi Fan did not dare to be arrogant and said indifferently. Alright, the mystic realm has opened. It will be a little dangerous for the two of you. Just be careful. Black Tortoise reminded. Soon after, she patted Fatty Rongrong's head, and like a rocket, Fatty Rongrong instantly shot out. Whoosh! With a sonic boom, the Black Tortoise and the Iron Eater disappeared. Will it be dangerous? Mu Jiahuang was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much of it when she saw Yi Fan walk in. Since Senior Black Tortoise is here, then Master must be here as well. With Master here, what danger would there be? At the entrance of the mystic realm, it was a huge whirlpool, like a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. As long as one jumped in, they would be able to enter the mystic realm. By the time the Grand Sun Immortal and the others arrived, almost all the cultivators had already entered. At this moment, there were only a few of them at the entrance. Meow! The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's arms looked into the secret realm and let out a low cry. This was because he sensed the hidden killing intent in the mystic realm. However, he looked at Xiao Changtian and buried his head in Xiao Changtian's palm again. With Master here, a mere killing intent was nothing to worry about. Let's enter, Xiao Changtian said lightly, and followed behind the Great Sun Immortal into the vortex. When he stepped on the vortex, he was still a little nervous. However, in the next moment space changed. A white light lit up in front of his eyes, and then he entered the mystic realm. The secret realm was filled with people. There are quite a few people. Xiao Changtian looked at the crowd of cultivators with excitement. If he hadn't come here with the Great Ocean Immortal, how could he, a mere mortal, see the secret realm of the immortal cultivation world? Therefore, he was still looking forward to it. Where should we go next? Xiao Changtian asked the Great Ocean Immortal. It was his first time in the secret realm, so he didn't know what rules or things to take note of. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not wrong to follow the immortal ocean. The people of Ocean Town were stunned. Senior, are you asking me to choose a path? However, the cultivators in front of him were all in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and their cultivation levels far exceeded his. Not to mention, this mystic realm gave him a sense of danger. However, the senior had already spoken and asked him to choose a path. In any case, with the senior around, there would not be any danger. Then I'll take the middle one. Let's go out from the middle. I feel that although it will be a little dangerous, the opportunity is the greatest. The Great Ocean Immortal said in a deep voice. Although Xiao Changtian was a little afraid when he heard the word danger, he was the only cultivator left. Without him, he would be in danger. But now he could only follow. As everyone continued to advance, a low voice suddenly sounded in the entire mystic realm. The voice was extremely hollow, like a ghost crying. The mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Changtian listened to the ghost weep, and was slightly nervous. He approached the Great Sun Immortal. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hand raised its head. Its face darkened as it roared at the darkness not far away. Meow! Following the white tiger's deep roar, the darkness that was originally restless was directly frightened back. In the other passages, it was a completely different scene. What is this? Why is my cultivation being devoured? Help! What is going on? Where did this black fog come from? Why can't we kill these blood fiends in the black fog? Help! Shouts rang out as tribulation-transcending cultivators were swallowed by the black fog everywhere. The black fog rolled like a wave. Wave after wave. Countless cultivators died, countless cultivators were devoured, and countless cultivators were running for their lives. Fatty, these little guys are quite interesting. Not far away, the black tortoise was staring at them with an interested expression. Chapter 93, Boundless Danger, _I. Chapter 93, Boundless Danger, _I. Help, help. All, one don't want to be devoured by this monster. Anxious shouts rang out one after another, asking for help. The black fog was like a bone sore. As long as one came into contact with it, no matter how high one's tribulation realm was, they would be enveloped by the black fog. Then, they would be devoured by the blood-red monster, and their blood would seep into the ground. On the ground, Some array patterns could be vaguely seen. As the blood seeped in, the array patterns seemed to be activated and began to emit a faint halo. Not good. This blood has been absorbed by the array formation in the mystic realm. We can't fight on our own now. We'll fight against this black fog together. The sect master of Montenegro sect was the first to step forward. Most of the people present were experts in the tribulation transcendence realm. Many of them were even sect leaders. They had all come here to seek opportunities and breakthroughs, to replace the position of the ancestor, who had been killed by Yi Hao. These people were all shrewd and experienced. They could tell at the first moment that this black fog was extremely abnormal. It was clearly for everyone's blood essence. The sect leader of Montenegro is right. Let's join forces. Immediately, the experts who were transcending the tribulation stopped in their tracks. Colorful true essence lights lit up in the secret chamber. Those experts emitted waves of terrifying aura. These terrifying auras gathered together, and their might was vast. Ha ha ha, one don't believe that this black fog can do anything to so many of us. Let's attack together. 3, 2, 1, attack. With the sect master of Montenegro sect as the leader, countless seven-colored lights gathered in the passage on the left. They were colorful and formed a rainbow bridge. Boom! The terrifying power caused the entire passage to tremble. It directly collided with the black fog. Everyone did not hold back and went all out. This black fog had killed their sect's disciples and elders. They could not be forgiven. In the darkness, the rainbow bridge was like a divine light descending from the sky. In an instant, the black fog was dispersed. It's a success. That's great. Everyone's faces revealed incomparably excited expressions. The black fog from before could not help but cause fear to arise in their hearts. But now they had taken revenge. Boss, these people really know how to shout. That black fog hasn't dissipated yet. Flying in the air, Fatty Rongrong respectfully said to the green-haired turtle on her head. Oh! The black tortoise nodded his head and stretched out his turtle head. His eyes stared at a woman in an ice-blue dress. The peaks are like a gathering, and the waves are like raging waves. The green-haired turtle was reciting a poem, saliva flowing down Rongrong's head, directly dripping down. Big brother, good poem. It's really turbulent. Fatty Rongrong didn't care about Black Tortoise's saliva, her gaze following Black Tortoise's direction. A woman in an ice-blue dress was hiding behind a group of experts and sneaking away. In the next moment, she seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and saw the old dirty turtle's lecherous eyes. He was staring at his clothes that had been slightly torn from the battle, revealing his snow-white chest. You're courting death. The beautiful face of the woman in the ice-blue dress was instantly filled with anger. At the same time, a flying sword formed from a paper talisman in his hand, under the urging of spiritual power, directly stabbed towards the old dirty turtle. Gotcha! However, with a crisp sound, that paper talisman transformed into a flying sword was directly eaten by Fatty Rongrong. What? The woman in the icy blue dress was shocked. These two demon beasts had higher cultivation than her. She immediately started running. Seeing that woman run away, the old dirty turtle patted Fatty Rongrong's head. Chubby, chase after him. Wah! Fatty Rongrong nodded, bending down to give chase. However, at this moment, the cultivators who were transcending the tribulation let out a wave of exclamations again. Our power has been devoured. Hurry up and stop. Ah! One can't take it anymore. Screams of alarm rang out as the power of the rainbow bridge was devoured. The black fog returned and thick smoke billowed. In an instant, all the experts who were transcending the tribulation had ugly expressions. Evil creatures dare to cause trouble. At this moment, a voice as steady as a mountain rang out. A huge seal fell from the sky and repelled the black fog. Chu family head. It's the Chu clan head's Chu seal divine art. The Chu clan head is here. Thank you, Master Chu. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family. They all heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Xiao family was the head of one of the four great families. His strength was terrifying and unparalleled. He was an 8th-level Tribulation Transcendence expert. Not only that, but with Mu Jiahuang's help, he had recently broken through to the 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. These Tribulation Transcending cultivators were all pleasantly surprised. A mere black fog. I can suppress it with a flip of my hand. Xiao Zhan was flattered by the crowd, and his face revealed a proud expression. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he was full of confidence. However, the smile on his face did not last for a few minutes before the black fog directly swallowed the divine power attack he had previously launched. Not good, the black fog is coming again. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. The black fog was surging toward him, as if it was tainted with a terrifying ominous aura. After absorbing everyone's power, the black fog expanded even faster and instantly enveloped everyone. Master Chu, please attack again. The experts present all looked at Xiao Zhan in horror. Good. Xiao Zhan's face darkened. He struck out with both palms, and 2 golden seals, emitting golden light, fell directly toward the boundless black fog. Boom! The 2 golden seals collided with the black mist and exploded with a loud bang. However, Xiao Zhan was completely defeated in this clash. It's over, family head Xiao has been defeated, quote. We can only wait for death. The group of cultivators stood on the spot in despair. Facing the black fog that covered the sky, they had no chance to escape at all. The entrance of the tunnel had been completely blocked by the black fog. There was no way to escape. At this moment, Fatty, hurry up and go to bed. Black Tortoise stood on top of Rongrong's head urging. The girl in the ice blue dress had already run out of the passage. Fatty Rongrong hurriedly nodded. Boss's orders, he had to do it. But now, the black mist blocked the entrance of the cave, hindering Fatty Rongrong's footsteps. How dare they obstruct him? Fatty Rongrong was furious. He was going to complete Big Brother Black Tortoise's mission now. How could he be delayed? Roar! Only to see Fatty Rongrong erupt with a furious roar, instantly opening her iron-eating mouth. Chapter 94, Divine Beast, this is a divine beastle eye. Chapter 94, Divine Beast, this is a divine beastle eye. Phew! In an instant, the fat Rongrong opened her mouth. The black chi that enveloped the tunnel instantly surged like a tide, directly rushing towards Fatty Rongrong's mouth. The huge suction force was like a whirlwind, causing those tribulation transcending experts to sway in the wind. If it wasn't for the magic treasure stabilizing their bodies, these tribulation passing experts might have also been directly devoured by Fatty Rongrong. Fuck, what level of demonic beast is this? It's so fierce. He swallowed the black mist. Heavens! What kind of demonic beast is this? The group of cultivators revealed incomparably surprised expressions. As experts who were transcending the tribulation, their strength was already powerful. However, they felt that they were completely powerless in front of this giant panda. Even the black fog was clearly a terrifying existence that was tainted with ominous aura. As long as they touched their skin, they would be corroded immediately. It was impossible for him to survive. But at this moment, that panda actually sucked all the boundless black chi here into its stomach. This. Countless cultivators were shocked. It was unbelievable, terrifying, fearful, and unbelievable. A series of emotions appeared on their faces. Some of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, and their mouths were opened wider than pebbles. A few breaths later, that black energy was completely devoured by Rongrong. Burp! After swallowing the black mist, Fatty Rongrong burped, her face revealing a disgusted expression. It doesn't taste good. Fatty Rongrong directly spoke in human language, saying disdainfully, Fatty, don't care if it's delicious or not. Black Tortoise riding on top of Rongrong's head, his face revealing an anxious expression. Although he could use his great ability to teleport, that would make chasing girls boring. Wah! Fatty Rongrong nodded once more, running on all fours, like a nimble cheetah. However, he was wide and fat. That's Iron Eaters. watching Fatty Rongrong and the black tortoise leave. A full 15 minutes passed before the group of cultivators recovered. Iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast that was once said to be able to devour all the saint metal in the world. Rumor has it that the Iron Eater has been sealed. It seemed to be the beast. Tamer sect in the Nambu continent. How terrifying. You've also neglected one thing. That is the green-haired turtle on top of the Iron Eater's head. What do you mean? For a moment, everyone began to discuss and exclaim. This matter was too shocking. Some people even noticed that the Iron Eater was extremely respectful to the green-haired turtle. Obviously, the level of the green-furred turtle was higher than that of the iron-eating beast. Since when did the continent have so many experts? The sect leader of Montenegro sect was terrified. He had yet to come back to his senses. His eyes were filled with endless fear. As the sect leader of Montenegro sect spoke, everyone's faces darkened. Yeah, was this still the Tianyuan continent? Or the Tianyuan continent that they ruled? At this moment, all the experts who were passing the tribulation had such doubts in their hearts. This was the first time that they doubted their own strength. On the other side, the female cultivator in the icy blue dress looked anxious and moved with great agility. The other hand, he was holding a communication jade talisman, which was flickering with light. Master, come and save me. I'm going to be persecuted by an old dirty turtle demon beast. As the woman spoke, she began to cry. She was the saintess of the victorious East Continent's Jade Lady sect. However, she had run away because she was playful. Coincidentally, the opening of the Longevity Town's Mystery Realm had happened. Emo Lianhua had come to the Mystery Realm, ready to explore some opportunities. In any case, he had all the equipment his master had given him. He was not afraid at all. However, when the black fog appeared, the group of tribulation transcending experts were unable to resist. Emo Lianhua finally realized the urgency of the matter and wanted to run out. What she didn't expect was that she was actually targeted by the dirty old turtle. What is it? Someone dared to touch my disciple? Wait, I'll come now. On the other end of the jade talisman, a furious voice rang out. Then the communication jade talisman was hung up. The woman in the icy blue dress heaved a sigh of relief when she saw her master. However, due to his anxiety and panic, he accidentally ran into another passage. There was no one in this passage. It seemed that no one had stepped in. However, there was no danger here. It was sunny and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was like a paradise in a mystic realm. Hee, then I'll hide here. Emo Lianhua smiled faintly. She set up a barrier formation and sat down to cultivate. In any case, his master would be here soon. Big brother, that woman's aura seems to have disappeared. Fatty Rongrong, who was chasing, suddenly stopped, her face revealing doubt. Fatty, big brother will teach you a move today. The black tortoise standing on top of the fat Rongrong's head smiled faintly. Emo Lianhua hadn't disappeared, only used a barrier formation to hide her presence. However, this shielding magical treasure was of a very high level. Big brother, really? Fatty Rongrong's face was filled with joy. Who was his big brother? He was invincible in the universe, except for the seniors in Phoenix. If he could learn one or two moves, he would make a huge profit. Big brother, teach me quickly. Fatty Rongrong had a fawning expression, charmingly naive. Where was the slightest bit of the fierce appearance from before? Ding! Only to see black tortoise slap its claws, a green light shining on the head of Rongrong. In an instant, Fatty Rongrong felt his vision turn green. However, Emo Lianhua's aura appeared once again. Big brother, your divine ability is really strong. It turned green in an instant, hee. It's green. I saw everything. Fatty Rongrong was charmingly naive, her face carrying an excited expression as she continued to run. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and the others continued to move forward. The man wearing the skull mask looked at the crystal ball in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Someone actually barged in. Kill this person first. The figure on the crystal ball was Emo Lianhua, who was wearing an ice blue dress. Not good, my disciple is in danger. Speed up. Emo Lianhua's master, the sect master of the Jade Maiden sect, was currently riding a horse over. Sensing a fluctuation in Emo Lianhua's soul jade token, he whipped the white-winged Pegasus he was sitting on. The white-winged Pegasus let out a long cry. Its two wings flapped rapidly, turning into a stream of light that rushed over at a speed faster than light. Chapter 95 Monarch Slaying Formation. This is a trap lie. Chapter 95 Monarch Slaying Formation. This is a trap lie. This place is quite safe and fun. Emo Lianhua wandered around the passageway. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were even rainbow-colored butterflies flying up and down. It was a stark contrast to the dark, terrifying, and dangerous secret realm from before. However, all of a sudden, the entire tunnel shook violently. A huge crocodile was covered in black fog. It was ferocious and let out a monstrous roar. The crocodile pounced on Emo Lianhua. Emo Lianhua turned pale with fright and ran away. She took out a talisman from the ring. It was the life-saving talisman that her master had given her. It was able to escape through space for a long distance. There were only a few of them in the entire sect. Master, hurry up and come. I won't waste it if you come. Emo Lianhua was conflicted. This talisman was very precious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she could not use it. She could only silently pray in her heart that her master would come quickly. Disciple, master is here. She watched as the crocodile opened its bloody mouth and revealed its pitch-black teeth, wanting to swallow her whole. A valiant woman in armor, riding a white horse, held a long sword in her hand and slashed down on the crocodile's head. Clang! The sword chi directly shook the crocodile and made it retreat 10 steps before it stopped. Master, you're here. Emo Lianhua saw her master and quietly put away the space shield talisman. However, Emo Yin saw it too. One told you not to cultivate properly. Now you're in trouble, right? Emo Yin said unhappily. The reason why she could come so quickly was because she had used a space talisman. It was a spatial talisman that belonged to her sect leader. There was only one such card in the entire Jade Maiden sect. However, for the sake of this precious disciple, he had no choice but to use it. Didn't you say that it was an old dirty turtle? Why is it a crocodile now? Emo Yin asked. Master, this crocodile just came out. The old dirty turtle hasn't caught up yet. Emo Lianhua smiled innocently. Hearing this, Emo Yan's eyes twitched. This disciple of his was really a troublemaker. Let's go. Emo Yin didn't want to continue fighting. He took his disciple and rode on the white-winged Pegasus, ready to leave. However, the crocodile that was knocked back received the power from the skeletal man. Suddenly, the black chi around his body became even stronger, and his figure directly expanded several times. Roar! The crocodile roared and pounced at the white-winged Pegasus with its claws. Flash! Emo Yin controlled the white-winged Pegasus to turn around and twist its body, causing the crocodile to miss. However, because of this, the positions of the two sides also changed. Now the crocodile was blocking the entrance. Emo Lianhua and her disciples were stuck in the passageway. Not good, this is troublesome. Emo Yan's face darkened. Even she, who had been through hundreds of battles, was frowning. Emo Lianhua didn't dare to be mischievous, and her expression turned grave. If his master said that there was trouble, then it was really trouble. Now the only way is to fight. Disciple, use the spatial talisman to escape first. Don't cause trouble for me. Emo Yin said in a deep voice. He got off the white horse. The armor on his body made a heavy sound. She raised the sword in her hand and charged at the crocodile again. Master! Emo Lianhua's expression changed drastically. She had a grave look on her face. How could she not know that she had gotten herself into big trouble this time? His master was at the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, but this crocodile in front of him was actually able to fight to a standstill with his master. In fact, he even faintly suppressed his master. Boom! 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 A man and a crocodile were fighting at this moment. The scene was extremely intense. Just a single sweep of the crocodile's tail was enough to cause a huge chasm in the ground. Mo Yan's sword moved one after another. Each of his sword strikes carried the power to split mountains and rivers. The battle between the two terrifying powers caused Mo Lianhua to tremble in fear. If there was even a single mistake, her master could very well be seriously injured. Mo Lianhua stood rooted to the ground like a minion. She gripped the spatial escape talisman tightly in her hand, not daring to move. At this moment, not far from the cave, Fatty Rongrong, who was originally rushing over, was pulled back by Black Tortoise. Wait a minute. I'll pick a wildflower first. Women all like this kind of wildflower. This one, thorny blood rose, red and bright. Black Tortoise held the thorny rose in his hand. However, the moment he finished picking the flowers, he sensed a terrifying change in the cave. Fatty, there's a spicy stick that doesn't listen to you. Go and eat it. Black Tortoise said to Rongrong. Spicy strips. Fatty Rongrong was delighted. Senior had made spicy sticks for them. They were delicious. In an instant, Fatty Rongrong quickened her pace, transforming into a nimble fat panda. In the blink of an eye, she arrived inside the cave. In the other passages, many experts, except for Xiao Chengtian's passageway, had suffered heavy casualties. The mysterious patterns on the ground began to glow with a red light. However, the black fog seemed to have killed enough people and absorbed enough power. It began to fade. After the Great Terror, it represents an opportunity. Let's charge. Haha, I've even endured such a terrifying darkness. Why would I be afraid of everything here? Charge, charge, charge. I must obtain the opportunities here. Excited voices rang out one after another. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed forward. Immediately after, soon, everyone arrived at this place, where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Is that the sect master of the victorious East Continent's Jade Lady sect? That crocodile's aura is so powerful. What terrifying power. That crocodile is at least at the 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Everyone who came here looked terrified. The crocodile was too strong. Mo Yin was being beaten back, and had no chance to fight back. Sect masters, if you lend me a hand, I will definitely reward you heavily in the future. Mo Yin saw the many experts who had suddenly appeared. Some of them were people he knew, so he spoke directly. Good. When the sect leaders saw this scene, they rushed up and fought with the crocodile. However, in the middle of the fight, the crocodile suddenly self-destructed, and a huge spider appeared in front of everyone. The crocodile's power was directly absorbed by the spider. Then, the spider spat out silk, and the red silk formed a huge web. It instantly enveloped the entire mystic realm. What happened? What happened? What's wrong with this spider in front of us? What were these red threads? Someone asked curiously. In the crowd, everyone shook their heads, their faces blank. Until an old man with white hair and wrinkled skin walked out with a walking stick. He looked like he was in his twilight years. This is the Emperor Slaying Formation. Ancient Emperor Slaying Formation. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Why are there spiderwebs? 1. Chapter 96. Why are there spiderwebs? 1. The old man was the ancestor of the West Bull Continent's Qin clan, Qin Shou. Among the many experts present, he was the oldest, and had the most experience. When he was fighting Yi Hao, he didn't attack because his realm had fallen, and his life force was about to reach the end. Senior Qin, what is the Emperor Slaying Formation? Yeah, is this the spider silk? It looks like it can be broken with a flick of my finger. A Tribulation Transcendence cultivator asked with a puzzled expression. The spider silk in front of him did not pose much of a threat to him. As he spoke, he punched out. He had absolute confidence that he could shatter these red spider webs with a punch. No. When Qin Shou saw this, his expression was greatly shocked. He hurriedly raised the walking stick in his hand, wanting to stop it. However, it was already too late. The powerful warrior who had attacked had already punched the red spider silk. Wang! The red spider silk emitted a red light that was like an electric current. In an instant, the expert's body was directly enveloped by a powerful red light. Instantly, he turned into ashes and disappeared. When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Some people were even at the first level of the tribulation. They were so scared that they retreated. They staggered and lost their balance, directly falling to the ground. He didn't have the slightest bit of dignity that belonged to a tribulation transcending expert. Senior Qin, is this the emperor-slaying formation? A mere touch could turn a 5th-level tribulation transcendence expert into ashes? It's so scary. How are we going to get out now? Senior Qin, is there any way to break this ancient emperor-slaying formation? Everyone looked at Qin Shou with puzzled expressions. When Qin Shou heard this, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. At this moment he said, I'm afraid everyone knows that the reason why there is no Mahayana in our era is because of the ancient rumors of the Emperor's fall era. Qin Shou said slowly. However, no one complained about his slow tone. Instead, they asked in confusion, Senior Qin, what does this matter have to do with the emperor-slaying formation? Yeah. The crowd continued to listen to Qin Shou's explanation with a puzzled expression. It's precisely because of the fallen emperor era that spirit weapons were exhausted, and the laws of heaven and earth changed greatly, that there were no great emperors born in our world. Even the 9 Phoenix matriarch was given the title of matriarch because she was the #1 expert of the human race. However, before the Diluo era, those great emperors were all existences who could pick stars with their bare hands and destroy continents with a wave of their hands. However, even the ancient emperors have formations that are specially designed to trap and kill them. This formation is the ancient emperor-slaying formation. Qin Shou explained the origin of the ancient emperor-slaying formation in one breath. After hearing this, the faces of the experts present all darkened. The glory before the ancient emperor era, although the specifics were unknown. However, the terror of those great emperors was more or less recorded in these large sections. Even those who could break through the tribulation and establish a sect were all on a bone, or a part of the body of those great emperors. A single bone was enough to make the entire sect develop to such a terrifying extent. Not to mention, this was before those ancient emperors. However, these red spider webs were actually able to trap and kill ancient emperors. Then aren't we going to die here today? Even an ancient great emperor could be killed, let alone us? We're just transcending the tribulation. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death? The group of cultivators looked dejected and didn't know what to do. What's wrong with the West Bull continent? Why was it Yihao first, and then this mystic realm? Could it be that all the luck of the Western Bull continent has been absorbed? Damn it! The experts complained helplessly. Beside him, Emo Lianhua was treating Emo Yan's injuries. The Sea King has come to take the opportunity to suppress the enemy. At this moment, Fatty Rongrong brought Black Tortoise. The two quickly arrived. Iron-eating beast, is it the iron-eating beast from before? And that green turtle? Instantly, everyone's gazes all turned towards Fatty Rongrong and Black Tortoise. Master, it's this old dirty turtle who looked at me lecherously before. He's an old pervert. Emo Lianhua complained. The Iron Eater devoured all of the black mist. I wonder what this ugly green-haired turtle is capable of. This green-furred turtle looks quite comical, but this iron-eating beast is a little fierce. Immediately, the voices of discussion rang out. These voices were all praising Fatty Rongrong's might, and there were even people who spoke of how Fatty Rongrong had swallowed all the black mist in one gulp, drawing praise from everyone. However, he still had doubts about Black Tortoise. The repeated calls for the green turtle made the Black Tortoise's face turn gloomy. Also, what was an old dirty turtle? I'm a Sea King. The Sea King. Sea King. Important things were repeated 3 times. In an instant, the Black Tortoise was furious. In an instant, the spiritual energy around its body erupted, and the Black Tortoise Dharma idol instantly appeared, level with the sky. The terrifying pressure directly passed through the emperor-slaying formation. The black tortoise's mountain-like terrifying pressure directly crushed many of the tribulation-passing experts present. They squatted on the ground one by one, unable to get up. Black tortoise, it's actually black tortoise. Heavens, the legendary black tortoise is so terrifying. No wonder he can ride on the head of an iron eater. It's the divine beast black tortoise. This was a legendary existence. Many voices were extremely shocked. Even Emo Lianhua was completely stunned. Xian black tortoise. Emo Lianhua looked at the black tortoise in disbelief. Previously, he had actually called her an old dirty turtle. Emo Lianhua lowered her head in fear and buried her head into her own mountain range. That's right. Remember my name, Sea King. The black tortoise looked at the shocked crowd and smiled. This was the treatment of the Sea King. As he spoke, he walked into the emperor-slaying formation and came to Emo Lianhua's side. Little girl, this rose is for you. The black tortoise looked at Emo Lianhua and said indifferently. Senior gave it to me? Emo Lianhua's face was filled with shock and disbelief as she hurriedly took the thorny rose. Seeing Emo Lianhua put away the thorny rose, Black Tortoise nodded and said, All right, since you've accepted the Sea King's roses, you're now a woman under the Sea King's protection. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to find this Sea King. As he spoke, he prepared to leave arrogantly. Big brother, he left just like that. Fatty Rongrong asked in confusion. Boring. Ilo, can it be fun if you win her over? Next. Black Tortoise said with a smile. I see Big Brother is awesome. Fatty Rongrong cheered from the side. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and the others also arrived. However, Xiao Changtian's path was blocked by red spider silk. Why is there a spider web? Xiao Changtian said as he reached out with one hand. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. No, this is an existence even stronger than a great emperor. _I. Chapter 97. No, this is an existence even stronger than a great emperor. _I. Xiao Changtian's voice rang out, and countless cultivators looked at Xiao Changtian and his group. Xiao Changtian raised a hand and was about to push the spider web away. Everyone present saw this scene. Immortal. Immortal has entered the mystic realm. Even a 9th-level tribulation transcendence realm cultivator would turn into ashes if they touched this emperor-slaying array, let alone immortal. Instantly, all the cultivators present sneered. Some kind-hearted cultivators waved their hands to stop Xiao Changtian from touching the formation. However, most of them had cold expressions on their faces. To immortal cultivators, mortals were like ants. There was no need to remind them. It was like an ordinary person walking on the street and casually stepping on an ant without any pity. That was because he did not put ants in his eyes at all. Haha, it's finally here. In the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask sneered as he looked at the crystal in his hand with a vicious gaze. The monarch-slaying formation was set up for Xiao Changtian. As long as Xiao Changtian touched it, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. At that time, the spiders hiding in the secret realm could attack at any time and kill a heavily injured great emperor. The skull-masked man sneered as he stared at the crystal ball. The spider that was hiding in the dark was ready to attack. Its 8 spider legs were already bent and ready to exert force at any time. These spider webs are so troublesome. Xiao Changtian held the white tiger in one hand and lowered his head. He didn't see anyone waving at him. Then a hand reached for the spider web. Then he gently fiddled with it. Die. The emperor-slaying formation is an ancient formation. One spent a huge price to revive this formation. The skeleton man was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Changtian reach out his hand. He burst out laughing. It's over. The cultivators who were waving at Xiao Changtian were frozen in the air with despair on their faces. No one could save this mortal now. Hiss hiss. In the dark, the spider lay dormant, spitting out red spider silk from its mouth. It was already prepared to attack. As long as Xiao Changtian was heavily injured, he could kill him in one strike. How troublesome. I don't have any tools or anything. I have to open it myself. Xiao Changtian said speechlessly. He waved his hand, and the red spider silk broke instantly. The few forces who saw this scene were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't the Emperor Slayer formation work? Why isn't this mortal dead? Impossible, let's try. Those cultivators all looked puzzled. A tribulation transcendence Taoist threw out a Dharma treasure and hit the Emperor slaying formation. Kacha! The Dharma treasure shattered and was blasted into pieces by the terrifying power of the Emperor slaying formation. Hiss! Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. That was a high-grade defensive spirit weapon. Although it wasn't anything precious to a tribulation transcending cultivator, it had been blasted to smithereens. But this mortal in front of him was actually fine. Suddenly someone spoke. This person is not a mortal at all. He's an old monster. It's very likely that he's an old monster that's even more awesome than the ancient great emperor. Jade Sect's sect leader asked in puzzlement. How is that possible? How can an old monster not have any cultivation? Someone scoffed. Who said one don't have cultivation? Without cultivation, how could he be fine in front of the emperor slaying formation? It's just that this person's cultivation level is too high, so we couldn't tell at all. We can't tell. Fuck, what realm is that expert at? In an instant everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if thunder had struck their minds. Qin Shou, the old man who was at the end of his life, was trembling all over. The walking stick he was holding on to trembled continuously on the ground, causing small holes to appear. To be able to break the emperor slaying formation, this person's cultivation is already beyond our imagination. You must not offend the people of the Qin family. Qin Shou came down directly. The tribulation transcendence experts beside him nodded seriously. The old ancestor had lived for a very long time and was extremely experienced. He had helped the Qin family avoid many crises. Now, everyone was respectful. My Montenegro sect cannot offend this expert. My Celestial Cloud sect is the same. Our sect is the same. Immediately, countless sect leaders imitated Qin Shou's orders and gave orders to the existences in the clan. Hiss hiss. In the dark, the spider was so frightened that it did not dare to move. It spat out countless red spider silk from its mouth and sent a message to the man in the skeleton mask in the dark chamber. In the dark chamber, the crystal ball in the skull-masked man's hand flickered with red light. It was all information from the spider. However, at this moment, the skull-masked man was also stunned on the spot. You, who exactly are you? How can you break the emperor slaying formation so easily? The skull-masked man was so frightened that he took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. After a long time, he gave an order to the spider that was hiding in the dark. Retreat! They had to retreat now. Otherwise, if the spiders were discovered, the entire mythical realm would lose control. Immediately, the spider nodded and retracted all the red spider webs. It hopped on its 8 legs and was about to leave the West Bull continent. At this moment, everyone saw the spider again. These red spider webs were spat out by this spider. What kind of spider is this? It can actually weave an emperor-slaying array. It's so terrifying. Seeing that the spider was about to fly away, no one dared to stop it. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura from the spider. This aura made them wary. Xiao Changtian, on the other hand, was holding a cat in his arms, lowering his head to deal with the spider silk in his hands. Meow! The white tiger lay in Xiao Changtian's palm and licked the spider silk for him. The black tortoise saw Xiao Changtian and retreated into its shell. Fatty Rong Rong wanted to make a move and grab that spider. However, another powerful and terrifying aura approached, making him hurriedly retract his claws. Coo coo coo! Accompanied by the crow of a chicken, everyone suddenly saw a phoenix appear. The endless hell seemed to be burning the heavens. Its divine might was impressive, and its figure floated in the 9 heavens. As soon as she opened her mouth, the spider was instantly bitten by her. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Kicking Black Tortoise, Punching Phoenix. Master Yi Fan. Chapter 98. Kicking Black Tortoise, Punching Phoenix. Master Yi Fan. Hiss. The cultivators present couldn't figure out how many times they had gasped. Previously, it was the Iron Eater, the Divine Beast Black Tortoise. Now it was the Divine Beast Phoenix. They were completely stunned. He felt as if he was on a roller coaster today. The phoenix bit the spider and descended from the void. It raised its proud head and stared at everyone with disdain. It had a domineering aura. Humph, ugly turtle. Even a small bug, you can't catch it, you're a noob. Phoenix looked at Black Tortoise, who was hiding in his turtle shell, and mocked. You. Hearing that he was being mocked, Black Tortoise was furious. If not for his master being here and the few of them sneaking out, he would not have been so scared that he would have shrunk into his turtle shell. You ugly green-furred tortoise. Phoenix said disdainfully, her face filled with contempt. Phoenix, one can't bear it anymore. In an instant, the black tortoise charged forward and pounced on the phoenix. They instantly bit and tore at each other. As for that little spider, it was picked up by the fat Rong, who smashed it and ate it in one bite. The taste is not bad. After eating, Fatty Rong nodded. The cultivators present were already so shocked that they were speechless. Watching the Divine Beast Phoenix and the Divine Beast Black Tortoise biting and fighting, they even turned around one after another, not daring to watch. This was a battle between divine beasts. He was only a mortal. If he angered the divine beasts, he and the others would not be able to bear the consequences. However, when they turned around and faced Xiao Changtian, their hearts skipped a beat. Just then, they saw Xiao Changtian raising his head and smiling at them. Hello, Senior. Hello, Senior. All the tribulation-passing experts looked at Xiao Changtian with a smile. Such an expert was able to destroy the emperor-slaying formation with a wave of his hand. Even those ancient emperors weren't capable of such a feat. He must not be offended. Senior, are you talking about the great Sun Immortal? Xiao Changtian looked at the great Sun Immortal standing beside him and nodded, agreeing with his idea. Taoist Big Sun was still powerful. He had already come to the West Bull continent, but he was still considered an expert, and was called senior by others. Taoist Big Sun, you guys chat first. I have something to deal with. Xiao Changtian smiled and said to Taoist Big Sun and the other experts. As for him, he was going to deal with the turtle and the old hen. He actually dared to sneak out behind his back, and was even fighting. He couldn't tolerate it. Xiao Changtian's face darkened as he walked towards the turtle and the hen. You two are really capable. It's really 3 days without a beating. Xiao Changtian's angry voice rang out, and everyone looked at him. Xiao Changtian stared at the turtle, and kicked it into a hole. If you dare to be disobedient again, I'll stew you and make turtle soup. My patience is limited. This is the last time, do you hear me? Xiao Changtian looked at the green-haired turtle that he had just kicked out, and said angrily. The black tortoise sensed Xiao Changtian's anger. It quickly stuck out its head from its shell and nodded. Seeing the turtle admit his mistake, Xiao Changtian turned his gaze to the hen. The old hen was also frightened. She squatted on the ground and wrapped her wings around herself, not daring to move. That arrogant head didn't dare to raise up anymore. Instead, it buried itself into a small pit in front of Li's eyes. Now you know how to act cowardly? What did you do earlier? You deserve a beating. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian held the cat in his left hand, and grabbed the hen's neck with his right hand, lifting her up. If you don't listen to me, I'll pluck all your chicken feathers on the spot and roast chicken. Xiao Changtian stared at the old hen and said fiercely, Coo coo coo. The old hen was so frightened that her entire body trembled, and she did not dare to move. Xiao Changtian looked at the hen and threw it down. These two animals really made him worry. If one day he was casually caught by a passerby and eaten directly, wouldn't he be unable to open the path of invincibility? This would not do. As an animal warden in his previous life, Xiao Changtian knew very well that some animals needed to be taught patiently. However, some animals had to be a little harsh and undergo guiding punishment in order to become obedient. After dealing with these two, Xiao Changtian looked at the fat Rongrong. Fatty Rongrong was scared out of her wits, directly running over, hugging Xiao Changtian's thigh, her mouth crying out in a pleading voice. Even her pair of big eyes were about to burst into tears. He was scared. "Forget it, don't hang out with this green-haired turtle in the future," Xiao Changtian said angrily. Sob, sob, sob. Fatty Rongrong nodded seriously, hanging on Xiao Changtian's thigh, not daring to come down. When the crowd saw this scene, their previous shock was no longer counted. Hiss! Countless people gasped. The temperature in the cave rose sharply. The senior in front of him kicked the black tortoise and punched the phoenix. Even the Iron Eater could only beg for mercy. They only felt that the terrifying black fog, the emperor-slaying array, the crocodiles, the ferocious beasts, the silk-spitting spiders. It was just a drizzle, nothing much. It was like the difference between a river and a lake, and the huge waves of the sea. If someone had told them before that there was a senior who could kick the black tortoise and punch the phoenix, they would definitely scoff and laugh disdainfully, thinking that he was bragging. But now they believed it. He completely believed it. Why is the temperature rising so fast? Xiao Changtian, who had taught the black tortoise and phoenix a lesson, turned around in confusion. Everyone who was gasping immediately stopped and bent down with a smile on their faces. Facing this senior in front of him, although it did not have any terrifying might, its might was 1,000 times more terrifying than the previous emperor-slaying formation and the black tortoise phoenix. No, 10,000 times. 100,000 times. Everyone was extremely shocked as they whispered to each other with their true chi. "Senior, why haven't I heard of his name before? I wonder who is stronger between this senior and Yi Fan. The two of them don't seem to have any cultivation. With our tribulations, it's impossible to compare them." Some of the tribulation transcending experts communicated with each other in a low voice, comparing Yi Fan and Xiao Changtian. When he spoke of transcending the tribulation, his voice was bitter. He even added 2 words in front of it. For the first time, they felt that their tribulation transcendence realm was actually so small. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. After coming out of the dry well and seeing the vastness of the world, he felt small after being shocked. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others walked out from another passageway. There were some blood stains on their bodies, as if a battle had happened. "Master, you're here?" Chapter 99. The first bookstore chain store lie. Chapter 99. The first bookstore chain store lie. "Master, you're here?" Yi Fan's happy voice sounded. Everyone saw Yi Fan and the others walking towards Xiao Changtian with extremely respectful expressions. Because they had gone to another passage, that passage contained a supreme array formation and killing intent. Moreover, the red spider silk of the emperor-slaying formation also appeared. Fortunately, Mu Jiahuang recognized him and did not charge into the array easily. They only walked out when the emperor-slaying formation was broken. "Disciple, so you're here too, and Jiao. Xiao Changtian saw Yi Fan and Mu Jiahuang and smiled faintly. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to find Yi Fan. After all, he had never asked his disciple about the exact location of his home in the West Bull continent. He did not expect to meet her here. This was really something that he had searched for without any effort. "Master, why are you here?" Mu Jiahuang asked curiously. However, compared to the opportunities in his master's small courtyard, it was far inferior. Wasn't this matter unreasonable? "We'll talk about this later. Let's leave first and head to the Wang clan," Xiao Changtian said calmly. He looked at Wang Jingtian and asked him to lead the way. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. The matter of giving money to his disciple could not be said here. Yes. Wang Jingtian was sweating profusely and hurriedly agreed. He completely did not expect that this senior in front of him was actually Senior Yi Fan's master. That day, Yi Fan attacked and killed Yi Hao with one axe. The shocking scene of the Western Bull continent had already been recorded in the crystal ball. Wang Jingtian had naturally seen it before. Even if that terrifying axe wanted to split the West Bull continent apart, he would still believe it. Originally, he thought that Xiao Changtian had no cultivation, but he had a divine beast. He was an expert who hid in the mortal world and played around. He even compared Xiao Changtian and Yi Fan to see who was stronger. The two of them were very similar in age, which made Wang Jingtian curious. As the saying goes, there is no second best in literature and no second best in martial arts. In the world of cultivation, everyone will subconsciously compare the strong. But now, this senior was actually Yi Fan's master. Wang Jingtian was so shocked that his face was covered in sweat. He was only an outer sect disciple in the Lin family. However, he still knew the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Tingji. Standing next to Yi Fan was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Lin Tingji. Even the Lin family could not be compared to Yi Fan. There was probably no one on the entire continent who could compare to Yi Fan's master. Please. Wang Jingtian stood up and hurriedly led the way. Xiao Changtian took the lead and Yi Fan and the others followed behind. The Black Tortoise, Phoenix, and Iron Eater followed Yi Fan and quietly left under everyone's respectful gazes. 15 minutes later, the group of people, who were as still as stone statues, finally came back to their senses. This senior is actually Yi Fan's master? Not only that, the Empress even called him master. Daoist Xingyan still calls this senior. A series of exclamations rang out. The voices were like waves, wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the last. What's wrong with this world? Am I dreaming? Could it be that my life is coming to an end, and I'm hallucinating? The walking stick that the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Shou, was holding trembled endlessly. In the next moment, he raised his walking stick and slapped the Qin family's patriarch's head. "Oh, ancestor, why did you hit me?" The Qin family head said in pain. "You're not dreaming?" Qin Shou asked in realization. The Qin family head was speechless. After a long time, everyone still did not leave. Instead, they analyzed what had happened in the West Bull continent recently. Previously, Yi Fan's supreme being bone was dug out by the Yi family, and he was on the verge of death. It hasn't even been a few months since then, right? There's also the Great Empress and Daoist Xingyan. Both of them have broken through to the Mahayana realm. That's the legendary Mahayana realm. Senior's divine beasts, the Black Torts, and the Phoenix. Everyone analyzed with relish. The more they analyzed, the more shocked they were. The final conclusion was that Xiao Changtian was too powerful. He was a peerless expert from ancient times who brought him a supreme opportunity. Only Mo Lianhua, the leftover girl from Jade Lady sect, looked hesitant. She rested her chin on her hands and sat in front of the lake, feeling lost. She held the red thorny blood rose in her hand, and the shadow of the Black Tortoise vaguely echoed in her mind. Wang clan. Because of Xiao Changtian's return, the entire Wang clan was filled with a tense atmosphere. Even a wily old fox like the head of the Wang family would wipe the sweat off his forehead from time to time. "Master Wang, is the weather very hot?" Xiao Changtian asked. "It's not hot. I'm weak. This is sweat," the Wang family head hurriedly explained. "Motherfucker." Among the people in front of him, one was the number one empress of the human race, one was a Iwo, 0-year-old ancestor, and the last was the eldest son of the Yi family of the Western Bull continent. However, these people were only the disciples, maids, or juniors of the seniors. The Wang family had felt like a small ant sitting across from a few elephants. Even though the Wang clan's beast fur leather was incomparably soft, at this moment, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. "Yi Fan, this is your second junior brother Wang Miaoshou." The first thing Yi Fan did was to let Yi Fan and Wang Miaoshou get to know each other. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Wang Miaoshou knelt down with a respectful expression. "Second senior brother, please rise." Yi Fan smiled faintly and helped Wang Miaoshou up. Their eyes were filled with sincerity. To be able to become Master's disciple was a supreme opportunity. He must be an outstanding person, or a person with a pure character. After a simple introduction, the two of them were greeted. Didn't you or ask me why one came to the West Bull continent? Xiao Changtian said slowly. Hearing this, everyone focused their attention and listened. Xiao Changtian said, the West Bull continent has indeed suffered a serious disaster. There are some things that you can't handle at the moment. I'll help. End quote. Xiao Changtian wanted to say that he was here to deliver gold. I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't bring any gold. However, after seeing the scene of the disaster in the Western Bull continent, it was obvious that the earth had trembled. Otherwise, why would the road be split apart, with a chasm and collapse? However, since the earth had moved, the gold he had brought with him was clearly not enough. He could only think of another way. After thinking about it, Xiao Changtian felt that he should open the first Changtian Book Bureau in the West Bull continent. In the Great Sun Courier Station, the cultivators preferred to read their own books. It was just an earthquake. To mortals it was a disaster, but to cultivators, it was a trivial matter. He could use the money that immortal cultivators used to buy books to help Yi Fan rebuild his home. Then the first branch of the Chongqing bookstore will start from the West Bull continent. Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Big Hit Sold Well _I Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Big Hit Sold Well _I Thank you, Master. Yi Fan said gratefully, his heart incomparably warm. His master was a peerless expert who enjoyed the peaceful and quiet days of the world. However, he actually went out personally for her. The gratitude in Yi Fan's heart was indescribable. You're my disciple. There's no need for the word thank you between master and disciple. Xiao Changtian waved his hand and said indifferently. I thought about it and decided to open the Chongqing bookstore chain in the West Province first. Only then can we achieve our goal. Xiao Changtian caressed the white tiger in his arms. His eyes were deep, and he was already thinking about how to plan the first chain store. Yi Fan and the others saw Xiao Changtian's deep gaze. They were all shocked. Could it be that Senior is preparing to intimidate those people in the dark? Mu Jiuhuang looked puzzled, but she was overjoyed. If Senior's bookstore were to appear, the people in the dark would definitely be intimidated by Senior and not dare to make a move again. And out of Yi Fan and out of the Great Sun Immortal, Daoist Xingyan and the Wang family were all puzzled. Such a Senior actually wanted to open a bookstore. Senior was such a mighty figure, yet he actually did something that mortals did. However, the Wang family head did not fall into a daze. Instead, he immediately said, Senior wants to open a bookstore chain. My Wang family will invest all our resources to support Senior. The Wang family had expressed his stance immediately. Such a master, acting grotesque, he seems to be all normal. However, even if such a Senior wanted to give away the entire Wang family, the Wang family head would not say anything. Wang Jingtian, who was at the side, saw his father's quick response and praised him in his heart. He wanted to remind his father, but he didn't expect his father to be so shrewd. As expected, the older the wiser. Wang Jingtian thought to himself, all right, Patriarch Wang, I'll take it that you're a shareholder. Xiao Changtian didn't refuse. If he wanted to open a chain store in the West Bull continent, he still needed financial support. The Wang family was a big business and was a good partner. Furthermore, the test at the Great Sun Relay Station proved that the online novels from his previous life were even more popular with cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Hence, he decided to do it. Xiao Changtian and family head Wang discussed the follow-up and then started to implement it. A few days passed. Xiao Changtian wrote down a few books according to his memory. Every single one of them was a divine work from back then. It was even a novel that he could finish reading even if he stayed up all night. Just these few books. Xiao Changtian placed the books in front of Master Wang and ordered Butler Wang to copy them. He stood in front of the high platform and looked into the distance. As he wrote down these books, the memories of the past surfaced in his mind. The story missions in each of them were very interesting. He could not help but reminisce. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. Even his gaze turned deep. After standing for a while, Xiao Changtian sighed. He felt that the system was too much of a scam, so he went back to his room to rest. Sitting on the stone bench, Master Wang, Daoist Xingyun, and the others were curious. "Senior, what's wrong? Why was he so depressed?" He seemed to be recalling some vicissitudes of the past. A mighty figure like Senior is really hard to guess. The few of them sighed, and then curiously flipped open the book that Xiao Changtian had written. Hiss! This. Daoist Xingyun's pupils dilated, and the Wang family's master was so shocked that he stuttered. Wang Jingtian, who was about to get up and pay his respects, saw the strange behavior of the Wang family's head. He thought that something had happened, and rushed over in a hurry. With a glance, he scanned the contents of the book. Clang! The sword in Wang Jingtian's hand fell to the ground on the spot. He slumped down on his butt, and the floor was smashed open. Wang Miaoshu followed closely behind. An hour later. No wonder Senior sighed earlier. His gaze was ancient, as if he had recalled something. These worlds were probably experienced by Senior, right? A single person ruled over the Aeon, cut off the path to immortality, led everyone to high heavens, and fought with the gods. Pangi came first, then the heavens. Senior, before the chaos. These experts turned the stars in the sky into ashes in the blink of an eye. Shocked voices rang out like mosquitoes, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. These worlds and experts were probably all existences from the ancient era. These existences disappeared one by one, dissipating into the river of time. Only Senior could escape from time and be eternal. Speculations sprouted in everyone's hearts one after another, and then they spread out like bamboo shoots after the rain. Several hours passed. The head of the Wang family then instructed Butler Wang with a trembling voice to copy these shares. Moreover, he had to use the most expensive paper, the best typography, and the best craftsmen. After giving the order, the Chongqing bookstore was built within 2 hours. At this moment, the Wang family's head no longer cared about money. Being able to do the best for his senior was the greatest opportunity for the Wang family. Finally, 3 days later, Chongqing bookstore opened. The pages were gilded, and the top characters were printed on them. Each book was sold for 100 taels of gold. Isn't this a little too expensive? Xiao Changtian didn't expect that the Wang family head would be so honest. Even the pages of the book were gilded. However, what happened next stunned Xiao Changtian. The cultivators that he had seen in the secret realm had all gone crazy and fought to buy them. Even a book had directly soared to 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although Xiao Changtian knew that gold was nothing to cultivators, he still limited the price. In his previous life, web novels were not expensive to begin with, let alone free ones. No matter what, he could not raise the price at will. In the end, he set the maximum price of a book at 500 gold taels, so that it would not be so ridiculous. Seeing the bookstore open, Xiao Changtian was overjoyed. He turned around and left. He would leave the rest to family head Wang. Only after Xiao Changtian left did the cultivators who bought the books and the tribulation transcending experts start to discuss crazily. Why didn't I think of cultivating this technique before? Emperor Vicious, you really think you're a role model for us female cultivators? Mo Yen, the sect leader of the Jade Lady sect, was shocked. The Qin family's ancestor, Qin Shou, looked at Chongqing in his hand. A violent aura fluctuated around his body. Suddenly he had broken through. I actually broke through. The insights of these seniors actually allowed me to break through. Ha ha ha. A wild and hearty laughter rang out. Senior is truly terrifying. After the intense discussion, everyone was shocked and said in unison. In their eyes, a book was an era, or even more eras and planes. However, Senior was actually able to record it. It was unimaginable. Even the skeletal man in the dark chamber had obtained one. Chapter 101 Chapter 101. Asking the Divine Lord, which era is this? _I. Chapter 101. Asking the Divine Lord, which era is this? _I. Master, this is the bookstore opened by that existence. I've brought back a few novels for you. A scene flashed across the crystal ball. The skeletal man put away the crystal ball and looked at the gilded pages of the novel curiously. A wisp of black gas came out from behind him and flipped through a few novels. What? The black gas was his spiritual will. In a few breaths, he had finished reading all the basic novels. The skeletal man stood up with a swoosh, and the stool behind him was kicked away. Behind her, the black shadow that had been burned by the flames earlier slowly floated out. This was the first time she had seen the skull-masked man so shocked. Then she glanced at the novels. Instantly, the black shadow swayed and even began to dissipate. Fortunately, the skull-masked man regained his senses and stabilized the black shadow again. The records inside are extremely real and don't seem to be fabricated. Compared to the glory of the Tianyuan continent before the fallen emperor era, martial arts are even more prosperous. It is not inferior to the legendary immortal world. It is even more terrifying. The skull-masked man said in a low voice. The entire secret chamber was filled with his echo. Then, the black shadow asked weakly. We need to consult the gods about this matter. Hearing the word God, the black shadow nodded silently. Then, his figure disappeared, and he left the secret chamber. After a long time, the skeletal man hesitantly opened a hidden box on the table. Inside the box was a huge skull. As the skull appeared, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the dark chamber. Why did you wake me up? The skull glowed with a faint green light. Sir God, the matter of the Tianyuan continent has been obstructed by someone. The skull-masked man replied. What? Instantly, the skull flew into a rage and trembled violently. However, the skull seemed to have thought of something and calmed down again. Who is it? You might be an ant, but there should be no one on the Tianyuan continent who can match you in this era. The skull-masked man shook his head and said, Sir Divine Lord, that person's cultivation is far above mine. In fact, he even has Black Tortoise and Phoenix by his side. What? The Black Tortoise and the Phoenix have appeared? Upon hearing Black Tortoise and Phoenix, the skull seemed to have thought of something and sounded shocked. Yes. Not only that, the master behind them is even more terrifying. I once used the Emperor slaying formation to kill them, but he destroyed it with a wave of his hand. The skull-masked man ordered, You want me to help you get rid of him? You should know that I've already attacked once. The price is not light. I'll only attack once in 100,000 years. The skull said solemnly. No, I'm not asking the Divine Lord to take action. I'm asking the Divine Lord to help me take a look at these novels. The man in the skull mask said. As he spoke, he placed the gold-plated novels in front of the skull. A novel? The skeletal Divine Lord frowned and swept his divine will over. What era is this? These existences. After the skull Divine Lord finished scanning with his spiritual force, he stopped in midair and muttered to himself. The skull-masked man's heart sank when he saw the Divine Lord's expression. Could it be that even this Divine Lord of the immortal world did not know? However, he didn't dare to urge her. In the immortal world, the skeleton Divine Lord was puzzled and shocked. He passed the contents of the novel to the other Divine Lords with his divine sense. How terrifying is this? Which era? These existences can destroy us with the snap of their fingers, right? Where did these records come from? Powerful auras looked at the skeleton god. This is about the matter in the lower realm. As the skeleton Divine Lord spoke, he recounted the entire process. That person, could it be related to that legend? I can't say much. That's a forbidden existence. How can it be in a lower realm that doesn't even have a great emperor? That's true, but that person is probably the reincarnation of some lucky person, or he made it up out of thin air. It can't be true. How can there be such a powerful existence in the world? The group of divine lords discussed this matter with a solemn expression. In the end, however, everyone agreed that the Tianyuan continent no longer had an emperor after the skeleton god's attack. The opportunity to become a martial monarch realm expert had completely disappeared, and it had become a desolate continent with incomplete laws. It was impossible for him to be an expert. At most, he was in existence before the fallen emperor era. The skeleton divine lord nodded. After combining all kinds of analysis, he descended into the dark chamber again. This person is an exception. He should be someone who survived before the Diluo era. As for the novel, it's just fabricated. As long as you open the door of antiquity and recover your strength, I will send down divine light to bring you to the divine world. Bring forward the dark chaos. After the skeleton god finished speaking, the green light disappeared, and the skull fell into the dark box again. The dark turmoil in advance. From now on, the Tianyuan continent will not even be able to transcend tribulation. The skull-masked man's eyes were deep as he said in a deep voice. After a while, his voice suddenly became ferocious. Hee, what does it have to do with me? When did the Tianyuan continent accept me? The skeletal man's voice was mournful. The crystal ball appeared again, and he issued orders. Instantly, in countless sections, the cultivators were shocked. The dark chaos has started early. In downtown. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion was taking a stroll. He looked into the courtyard and found that the door of Xiao Changtian's courtyard was closed. All of a sudden, he frowned and his heart skipped a beat. That's not right. My heart is so flustered. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion touched his chest with a puzzled expression. This feeling of panic and helplessness was something that only the old pavilion master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had felt before he passed away. As the pavilion master thought about this, the Heaven's Secrets compass once again appeared in front of his body. He formed all kinds of spells, his fingers constantly calculating, and his mouth chanted complex and ancient chants. His entire face carried an extremely gloomy expression. He was deducing. He wanted to use the art of divination to deduce what had happened on the Tianyuan continent. 2 hours later, the head of the pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets was covered in bean-sized sweat. The sweat rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The Heaven Secrets compass also landed on the ground in an instant. Kacha! A corner of the Heaven Secrets compass was knocked off. Mo Tianji's expression changed drastically. The Tianyuan continent will face a great calamity. Chapter 102 Dark City Descends. Chapter 102 Dark City Descends. Rumble. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky as the pavilion master of the secret pavilion finished speaking. There was an ominous feeling in that black cloud. This black cloud did not only cover the northern barren continent, but the entire Tianyuan continent. Wang clan in a small courtyard. Xiao Changtian looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. The sun was shining brightly just now. Why was it suddenly going to rain? This lousy weather is affecting the bookstore's sales. Xiao Changtian smacked his lips. It was just a rainy day, but it was a good time to sleep. He was tired from counting money, so he went to take a nap. He walked back to the small house and began to sleep. Soon he started snoring. Outside the room, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A sense of oppression that was about to rain caused the entire West Bull continent to panic. What's going on? Mu Jiahuang looked at the black clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. She felt that there was something terrifying in the black cloud. However, she could not tell what it was exactly. Could it be that the black fog from before is making a comeback? Countless cultivators had terrified expressions on their faces. The incident with Yi Hao had already caused everyone in the West Bull continent to panic. Now, as long as everyone saw the black fog, they would be terrified. The other 3 continents were also in fear. One by one, the ancestors appeared and observed the heavenly secrets, but they could not find anything. This black cloud came too quickly without any warning. Nambu continent, within the beast-taming sect. Aya. Chu Irin was wearing a long dress that fluttered on the floor. With a smile on her face, Chu Irin carefully studied the details of being a lady under the guidance of a maid, from eating to putting on makeup to walking. Chu Irin was strolling along, making herself look graceful and graceful. However, she made a mistake, and the heel of her right foot stepped on her skirt. However, her left foot had already stepped out, and she fell on the ground. Sob, one don't want to learn anymore. This is too difficult. Chu Irin's face darkened. As a cultivator, it was nothing much for her to fall to the ground. However, this was the 1,000th time she had practiced. Every time she reached this step, she would fall down. This was also the 1,000th time she had fallen. Miss, didn't you say that you have to become a lady in order to be liked by others? Isn't this very tolerant? The maid at the side could not stand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Irin was the daughter of the sovereign, she would have slapped her long ago. She really could not stand it anymore. This young lady of hers was a genius in cultivation, but when it came to being a lady, she felt that it was better to forget about it. However, as a maid, she would be beaten to death if she spoke like this. She could only speak extremely patiently. Forget it, I won't learn this anymore. Just teach me charm. 1 foot 11 inches, use it next time. Divine beast Chu Irin tore off her dress, revealing her long snow-white legs. All this, hearing that Chu Irin wanted to learn the art of bewitching, the maid's face reddened slightly. Helpless, she nodded. Then in the room 2 women. Pa! Suddenly, Chu Irin was imitating the maidservant's charm technique. The scene was beautiful, but Maniac Chu barged in. Daughter, something big has happened. Maniac Chu pushed open the door and saw the scene in front of him. He was speechless. Father. Sect Master. In an instant, Chu Irin and the maid were shocked and hurriedly got off the bed. Father, why didn't you knock when you came in? Chu Irin said angrily. Irin W, what happened to you? You won't. Maniac Chu stuttered as he stared at Chu Irin in disbelief. Chu Irin rolled her eyes at Maniac Chu. Then, Chu Irin waved her hand, gesturing for the maid to leave. After the maid left, Chu Irin finally explained everything. I see. Maniac Chu finally relaxed. He then turned to Chu Irin. Daughter, something big has happened. There's going to be a disaster on the Tianyuan continent. Maniac Chu told him about the black fog. Father, do you mean that you want me to find Senior? What happened? Maniac Chu nodded. That black fog isn't just a simple black fog. Now that it's in the sky, something big must have happened. I've already contacted a few sects from other continents, and they've also told me about this. End quote. If anything happens, I need to stabilize the situation, so now, only you can go and ask. Remember, Senior is an expert. You can't be rude. Especially when it was like just now. It was easy to attract the Senior's dislike. Men's thoughts are generally the same, but Senior is different. Do you understand? Maniac Chu warned. He was really afraid that Chu Irin would say the same shocking words again, and make the Senior unhappy. Oh, Chu Irin replied casually. When she heard that she would be able to meet her Senior, her face lit up with joy. Riding on the Snow Wolf King, she left in a hurry. Sigh. Looking at his daughter, Maniac Chu could only sigh. He called Elder Wang over to protect Chu Irin. On the same day, above the sea near the central heaven continent, a black palace descended from the black fog. This palace was called Dark City. This dark city was emitting rolling black clouds, making it difficult for people to spy on it. What exactly is going on with that dark city? It seems to be related to the black fog from before? I don't know. Ever since the dark city appeared, the black clouds seem to have stopped moving. What is the origin of Dark City? For a moment, people who didn't know the truth began to guess and have different opinions. In the dark chamber, the man with the skeleton mask looked at the dark city and nodded in satisfaction. The dark city was a magic treasure of the immortal world that absorbed the nomological fate of this continent. As long as he absorbed enough laws, he could open the ancient door. At that time, On the other side, inside Chongqing bookstore, Mu Jiahuang's expression was solemn. A light lit up on the ring in her hand. It was a message from the Nine Phoenix dynasty. The content of the message was naturally about the Dark City, on the sea of the Central Heaven continent. Mu Jiahuang scanned the message with her spiritual will. I know, Dark City. It seems that those people have made a move. Mu Jiahuang muttered. Her face was solemn, but she did not gather the 9 phoenixes to attack the crowd at the first moment. Great Emperor, what about this matter? Don't use any methods for now. Observe in secret, and wait for my orders. Mu Jiahuang answered directly. He had to ask his master about this matter first. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Naturally, someone would take care of such a small matter lie. Chapter 103. Naturally, someone would take care of such a small matter lie. Mu Jiahuang entered the room. Xiao Changtian was currently feeding the turtle. You green-haired turtle, if you dare to run away again, 1 foot 11 inches, use the hammer in the small courtyard to break your turtle shell. You old hen, next time I won't be grabbing your neck, but taking you to the kitchen and chopping you up with a knife. Xiao Changtian lectured the 2 divine beasts with anger on his face. These 2 are really troublesome. Can't they learn from Alpha? Playing chess every day to cultivate noble sentiments. Every day, he only thought of quarreling and bickering. If one day he was swallowed alive by a passerby, who would he reason with? The path of invincibility was ruined just like that. If the 2 of you can understand, I'll give the 2 of you an opportunity in the future. But if you don't listen to me, you'll end up very miserable. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The black tortoise and phoenix's eyes lit up and they nodded. Master's Tao was a supreme Tao. Back then, they were suppressed by an extremely terrifying law. That law was simply invincible in the universe. If they could obtain the opportunity bestowed by their master, they could even advance further. At that time, it was not impossible for them to achieve the creation realm. You guys are actually quite intelligent. Xiao Changtian looked at the turtle and the phoenix and nodded, smiling faintly. The opportunity he was talking about was naturally waiting for the person who had completed the system to open the path of invincibility. After becoming invincible, he would give the green-haired turtle, the old hen, and the dog a chance to improve their bloodline. The turtle upgraded to the black tortoise, and the old hen upgraded to the phoenix. In Xiao Changtian's heart, he had already imagined the scene after completing the mission more than once. Master, Mu Jiahuang spoke respectfully. Jiao, what's the matter? Xiao Changtian asked. This rainy day was filled with speechlessness. What did Jiao want to do when she suddenly came to find him? Master, I have received news that a huge dark castle has appeared on the sea of the Central Heaven continent. The dark clouds in the sky are coming from that dark castle. Mu Jiahuang said. What is it? There was such a thing. One thought it was because of the bad weather, but it turns out that someone was up to something. These people deserve to die. Xiao Changtian said angrily. Master, do you also think those people are despicable? Mu Jiahuang asked when she saw Xiao Changtian's anger. The master was a supreme mighty figure, a reclusive expert. He hid in the mortal world, and returned to his original state to seek seclusion. Clearly, he was troubled by this black fog. Those people can only be said to have evil intentions. Xiao Changtian said. Which orthodox cultivator would release a black cloud? Moreover, that black cloud was terrifying. It was probably not that simple. It must be someone from the demonic path, or the demon race, who wanted to do something bad. In his previous life, he had read many novels. Even in the basic online novels that he had written from memory, there were some villains who did this, and did things like sucking the blood of humans. Wasn't this considered evil? Isn't this considered hateful? Then should we take down Dark City? Mu Jiahuang asked again with anticipation in her eyes. If he could find out the secrets of the person behind it, he would be closer to the truth. What are you thinking about? Of course I don't care. There's no need to care about such a small matter. Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang and said hurriedly. He didn't expect Jiao to have so many thoughts. How could mortals care about such things? To be able to make the entire Tianyuan continent be covered in black clouds, it was definitely some great demon. Generally speaking, this kind of demon was in existence that killed without blinking. Why did mere mortals care so much? This matter would be handled by the mighty cultivators. What was Jior thinking about every day? Wasn't this a groundless worry? Even if that layer of black fog could devour human souls, blood essence, and so on, there were still immortal cultivators in front of it. It wasn't that they didn't want to do anything, but when faced with something that far exceeded their power, they still braced themselves and rushed forward. If this wasn't sending their heads away, what was it? It was like an egg hitting a stone. Unnecessary sacrifices could be reduced. You don't have to care about this small matter? Mu Jiuhuang was stunned. Dark City had appeared, and endless black clouds had covered the Tianyuan continent. The true goal of the person behind the scenes was even for the door of antiquity. Was this a small matter? That's right. To his master, even if those ancient emperors were revived, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Senior Black Tortoise and the others were already ancient emperors. Master's realm could only be higher. This matter was indeed a small matter in the eyes of the senior. However, to the people of the Tianyuan continent, the matter of Dark City was a huge disaster. They could not ignore it. Mu Jiuhuang was conflicted and wanted to beg Xiao Changtian to help. The Tianyuan continent was filled with living beings. Immortal cultivators were only a portion of the human race. Most of them were mortals. Master, then this matter? Mu Jiuhuang asked. Before she could finish, Xiao Changtian interrupted her. Someone will take care of this matter. Don't worry about it. Think about how you can feed these animals like me, and ensure that they are alive and kicking. If you raise these animals well, you will also have a chance. Xiao Changtian's voice was calm. If something happened to the great demon lord, there would definitely be a big shot in the immortal cultivation sect. This matter could be completely assured. The most important thing now was to let Mu Jiuhuang learn how to raise these animals as soon as possible. After raising these animals well, she would open the path of invincibility and directly upgrade Jiu to the Heavenly Empress. In any case, he was invincible and could level up at will. Yes. When Mu Jiuhuang heard this, surprise appeared on her pretty face. Senior was asking her to focus on raising the divine beast and comprehend the great Tao within. As for the Dark City, Senior will be in charge of it. Master is such a good person, Mu Jiuhuang said gratefully. Mu Jiuhuang's face was flushed red as she came out of Xiao Changtian's room. It was the flush of excitement because the senior had given her an animal breeding manual. She flipped through the pages and understood that this was a more powerful great Tao. It was a great Tao that should be taken after breaking through to the Mahayana realm. The previous cultivation technique recorded the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Because of the Emperor Fall era, the cultivation path after the Great Ascension realm had been cut off. However, this animal breeding manual, although the cover was ordinary, it recorded the cultivation path after the Great Ascension. It was extremely terrifying. In the room, Xiao Changtian was speechless as he questioned the system. Can you give me something good? Can't you be a little more cool? What about the animal breeding manual? Namba State. Chu Iren rode the Snow Wolf King as fast as lightning. She couldn't wait to see Xiao Changtian again. However, halfway through, the Snow Wolf King suddenly let out a low roar. Chapter 104 Chapter 104. Chu Iren was captured by the joy. Chapter 104. Chu Iren was captured by the joy. Buddha. 1. The Snow Wolf King let out a deep roar and stopped in front of an island that was glowing with golden Buddhist light. On the island, men and women toasted each other, their faces rippling with a different kind of smile. Their clothes were messy and unsightly. Chu Iren frowned, finding it hard to believe that these people were Buddhist disciples. If it was before, Chu Iren wouldn't have minded, but now this island was blocking her way. Move aside! Chu Iren's voice was clear and loud. Her voice was accompanied by the surging of her inner core, and it spread throughout the entire island. Who is it? How dare you speak to the people of our Western paradise in such a manner? How dare that son of a B***th make way for our island? Watch me deal him. The monks who were singing and dancing in the night were instantly enraged. They smashed the wine jars in their hands and looked at Chu Iren with incomparable violence. Then his eyes lit up. Damn, what a beautiful woman. In comparison, the one beside me is simply rouge. One of the monks kicked the woman who was clinging onto him away, staring at Chu Iren lecherously. Miss, you and I FOU are fated. I am the second disciple of the Happy Zen Master. If you are willing to help me cultivate, can I introduce my master to you? Second, it's that silver pewter spearhead. Forget it. Miss, I'm the eldest disciple of the joyful Zen Master. I can directly represent my master and lead you to our Buddhist sect. The monks all had greedy gazes as they sized up Chu Iren. This made Chu Iren extremely unhappy. It was fine if these monks didn't make way for her, but now they actually dared to covet her beauty. The monks' lewd gazes made her very unhappy. I think you guys need to be taught a lesson. Without another word, the long whip in Chu Iren's hand flew out, and she swung it at a monk. Oh! The monk was struck in the chest by the whip, and his skin and flesh split open. He screamed, but his face was filled with enjoyment. Seeing this, Chu Iren was rendered speechless. Why was there someone who was enjoying being beaten up? Young lady, you are still young and don't understand the profoundness of this. When you join the branch of my Western Paradise's Zen Master Joyful, one will let you understand that other than whips, there are even more interesting things. The eldest disciple had a smile on his face. As he spoke, he grabbed at Chu Iren's whip. A massive force surged through her, and Chu Iren was shocked to discover that the monk before her had a cultivation level higher than hers. Chu Iren was pulled down from the Snow Wolf King's back by the force. The monks instantly surrounded Chu Iren. Buddhist seals appeared one after another, forming a huge swastika. Chu Iren was trapped for a moment, unable to escape. How dare you? At this moment, Elder Wang, who had followed behind, roared angrily. The terrifying palm of a tribulation transcendence expert instantly fell and disintegrated the huge golden Buddhist swastika mark. The monks were sent flying. Only then did Chu Iren break free. Miss, I'm late. Elder Wang said apologetically as he stood in front of Chu Iren. The aura around him spread out, intimidating everyone on the island. A tribulation transcendence expert. There's actually a tribulation transcendence expert behind this girl. We've encountered a tough one, quickly informed the Zen Master. Many of the joyful Buddha's disciples were terrified and prepared to ask for help. No need, I'm here. At this moment, a deep and heavy voice sounded. It was as angry as thunder, and its powerful aura was in direct confrontation with Elder Wang. In terms of aura, he was even stronger than Elder Wang. Happy Zen Master. Master. The monks who had been blasted into pieces earlier were all pleasantly surprised when they saw the fat monk who was surrounded by golden Buddhist light. The person who came was none other than the vice sect leader of the Western Paradise, Dhyana Master Joyful. He cultivated the joyful Buddhist Tao. Therefore, the disciples were so immersed in wine and sex. Buddha of Joy. Elder Wang's face darkened when he saw the person who had come. He had also heard of the name of the Happy Buddha. He was an expert at the 5th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He liked beauty and was cruel and rampaging. Miss, you go first. I'll cover the rear. Elder Wang said in a deep voice. With the Joy Buddha personally stepping down, a fierce battle was inevitable. Most importantly, Elder Wang knew that he was no match for the Buddha of Joy. Hehe, benefactor, you have no fate with Buddha. Please leave. Benefactor, please stay behind. The Buddha of Joy smiled lecherously. The golden Buddhist light on the island transformed into the Buddha's palm and struck toward Elder Wang. Elder Wang could not resist the terrifying power at all. He only felt as if a mountain had crashed into his chest. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he flew backward. Miss! Elder Wang stared at the small path with great difficulty. He wanted to reach out to grab it, but under the terrifying power, it disappeared from Chu Yiren's sight. Elder Wang! Chu Yiren was shocked. Even Elder Wang wasn't a match for this person. Suddenly, a sense of fear welled up in her heart. Buzz! The fear in her heart had just risen when a golden rope turned into a rope and tied her up. What do you want? Chu Yiren was shocked. Fear filled her heart. Those Buddhist disciples were all sneering, and their smiles were lewd. Could it be that she was going to? Female benefactor, you are fated with Buddhism. Tonight, I will bring you to comprehend the joyful Buddha Tao. Joy Zen Master smiled. Then he waved his hand, and the entire island flew back to the Western Cow. They had already vanished, and the calamity of the Western Bull continent had ended. Now it was time for them to return and continue guarding the Western Paradise. It was extremely lively in front of the bookstore. Even though the black cloud had caused everyone to panic, the number of people who came to buy books remained high. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. Bang! With a dull sound, a deep pit was formed on the marble ground in front of the academy. How dare you? Someone dares to cause trouble. Mu Jiahuang's expression changed. This was her master's bookstore, and now someone had come to destroy it. She couldn't tolerate it. She frowned and took large strides. In an instant, she arrived in front of the deep pit and grabbed Elder Wang in her hand. Mu Jiahuang was shocked when she saw his face. Elder Wang? Elder Wang also recognized that the person in front of him was the great empress, and his face was filled with joy. He hurriedly wanted to speak. Seeing that Elder Wang was struggling, Mu Jiahuang let go of him and put him down. She asked curiously, Elder Wang, who hit you? Mu Jiahuang released her hand. Elder Wang steadied himself and took a breath. He did not answer Mu Jiahuang's question but said anxiously, Not good. The young lady of the Chaos family has been captured. He was caught by the Joy Buddha. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Rescue Chu Yiren Lai. Chapter 105, Rescue Chu Yiren Lai. What is it? Chu Yiren was arrested? Mu Jiahuang's expression changed when she heard this. Chu Yiren was the daughter of Maniac Chu, the leader of the Beast Tamer sect. How could she have been captured by the Joy Buddha? This matter was getting interesting. Wait here. Mu Jiahuang's expression changed. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in Xiao Changtian's room in the next moment. Xiao Changtian had already gone out for a walk with the white tiger in his arms. Senior Black Tortoise, Chu Yiren has been captured, Mu Jiahuang said anxiously. She was naturally aware of the Buddha of Joy's character. If Chu Yiren fell into the hands of the Buddha of Joy, she would be devoured alive like a sheep in a pack of wolves. It was too late to save them now. He could only look for Senior Black Tortoise and the others. What? There's actually such a thing. Boss Black Tortoise. That Chu Yiren is also my junior, so please make a move once. Fatty Rongrong begged. Previously, he had gone through thick and thin with Chu Yiren. Don't worry, I won't let Chu Yiren suffer. The black tortoise raised its turtle head with an arrogant expression. That expression was as if it was showing off to the phoenix. What are you waiting for? Of course, we have to hurry up to save them. The chaos ant lying on the corner of the table could not stand the quarrel between the black tortoise and the phoenix. The antennae on its forehead moved, and red light flashed. In the next moment, Mu Jiahuang, Black Tortoise, Phoenix, Fatty Rongrong, and Elder Wang once again arrived on the island. In a meditation room on the island, Chu Yiren was tied up by the Buddha's light, and the happy Buddha was placed on the big bed in front of her. Next to it was Chu Yianyi's whip, lit by a few candles. Whoa! Chu Yiren's speech ability had been sealed by the Joy Buddha's divine ability. She could only frantically hide in bed, her heart filled with anxiety. Xiao Changtian's shadow was in his mind. Help! Whoa! Chu Yiren was in despair. The fat monk in front of her was staring at her lecherously. How could she not know what he was up to? Female benefactor, you are fated with Buddha. Please don't be afraid. I will let you understand what the word joy means. The Buddha of Joy stared at Chu Iran, his eyes filled with greed as he sized her up. He had already walked over, his large hands reaching out to grab her. Chu Iran furrowed her brows. Although she was tied up, she could still move her body and dodge the attacks. When the old monk tried to grab her, she dodged to the right. When the old monk grabbed her right, she dodged to the left. For a moment, the Joy Buddha could not do anything to her. Stupid boohoo, come boohoo, Chu Iran said, a smug look on her face. Seeing that he had failed time and time again, the Buddha of Joy was thoroughly enraged. The Mahayana Buddhist light around him radiated, freezing Chu Iran in place. Woo-woo. Chu Iran was shocked. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. Benefactor, please follow my Buddha path. As the Buddha of Joy spoke, he reached out to grab Chu Iran. Whoa! Chu Iran screamed, wanting to save him. Ha ha ha, go ahead and shout. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will pay attention to you. The Buddha of Joy laughed loudly, and his pair of hands were about to land. Bang! Right at this moment, a mountain-like force directly sent him flying. It was Fatty Rongrong, sitting on top of the Buddha of Joy's head. What old monk and the Joy Buddha? He's simply embarrassing Buddhism. Black Tortoise Rider on top of Rongrong's head said disdainfully. As for Phoenix, with a disdainful expression, the true phoenix fire around his body burned, and a flame landed on the lower body of the Buddha of Joy. Ah! The Buddha of Joy cried out mournfully, his entire body struggling, but being pressed down by Fatty Rongrong, he basically couldn't move, his screams like a pig being slaughtered. Mu Jiahuang walked to the bed and helped Chu Iran undo the restraints of the Buddhist light. Sister Jiahuang, you're finally here. You almost scared me to death. I thought. Chu Iran still felt a lingering fear in her heart. Aren't you in the Beast Tamer sect? Mu Jiahuang asked curiously. Why was he caught by the Joy Buddha? Although the Joy Buddha was powerful, he couldn't go to the Beast Tamer sect to capture him, right? It was Father who asked me to come and find Senior. It's like this. Chu Iran explained everything clearly. Mu Jiahuang finally understood, and a look of realization appeared on her face. Then come with us to the West Bull continent first. Master is currently in the West Bull continent. If you come back with us, you'll be able to see Master. As for that black cloud, tell Sect Master Chu directly. Senior has already said that he will be in charge of that black cloud, and tell the people of the Southport continent not to panic. Mu Jiahuang instructed. Then, everyone looked at the Buddha of Joy who was screaming on the ground. His figure flashed and disappeared. The only thing left in the room was the miserable scream of the Buddha of Joy. It was not until Mu Jiahuang and the others left that the screams of the joyful Buddha in the room rang out. A group of joyful Buddha's disciples ran in with surprised expressions on their faces. Master was burned to death by the flames. Master, will you be a cripple in the future? Whispers rang out, and the Joy Buddha's face instantly turned furious. Inform all the disciples and elders of the Western Paradise to hurry back to the West Bull continent. These people are heading there. I want them to understand whose world the Western Bull continent belongs to. I must take revenge for this hatred. The joyful Buddha roared furiously. His voice was like thunder. His body was crippled from now on. Then, how could he, the joyful Buddha, still do happy things? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Buddha of Joy directly gave an order, wanting all the disciples of the Western Paradise to return within a day. Yes. After receiving the order, countless disciples of the joyful Buddha went to convey the order. Xiao Changtian didn't know about all of this. He was currently hugging the white tiger and taking a walk in a forest in the West Bull continent. The reason why he chose the mountain forest was because it was quiet, and there were no people disturbing him. It was just the right time for him to be quiet for a while and let go of his worldly obsession. After all, his brain had been filled with gold recently. Even the room was almost filled with gold. He felt suffocated by the gold and wanted to come out to relax. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiao Changtian walked to an ancient road. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound in front of him. He looked over and saw an old monk. The old monk was dressed in gray cloth clothes. He held a broom in his hand and slowly swept the ground. His movements were extremely skilled. In a few moves, the dead leaves on the ground were cleaned up. Behind the old monk was a solemn ancient Buddhist temple. Green smoke curled up, but it seemed that the old monk was the only one there. The old monk glanced at the ground and sensed Xiao Changtian's gaze. He was stunned. "Benefactor, how did you get here?" Chapter 106, Sweeping Monk? _I. Chapter 106, Sweeping Monk? _I. The old monk was confused. He had set up the Mahayana Buddhism outside the ancient temple and completely sealed it up. Even a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert would not be able to discover it. However, although this green-robed man in front of him was handsome and extraordinary, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation around him. He was obviously a mortal. How could a mortal pass through his Mahayana Dharma barrier? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The old monk directly denied it. "Master, which mountain is this? What kind of temple is this?" Xiao Changtian asked. This place was quiet and peaceful. It was a good place. The ancient temple of Mount Han was leisurely and carefree. Xiao Changtian had once fantasized that if he couldn't open the path of invincibility, he would live in such a place in his old age, enjoying his life and not see the noise of the mortal world. "Benefactor, where did you come from?" The old monk smiled kindly. He didn't answer Xiao Changtian's question. Instead, he wanted to ask Xiao Changtian how he managed to pass through his Dharma barrier. "Where did you come from?" Xiao Changtian was stunned. Was the old monk trying to argue with him? Could it be that he could only enter the ancient temple after answering the question correctly? After all, many movies and television works in his previous life were done this way. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian said lightly, "Come from the middle, and my desires go to the middle." Wasn't it just unfathomable? In any case, it was fine as long as both parties did not understand. He knew how to play riddles. The old monk asked him where he came from, and he answered directly where he came from. Although this answer sounded like a prank, it was extremely accurate. Didn't Buddhism like these riddles? Moreover, to put it in a more profound way, it carried an artistic conception and became the so-called Zen machine. "I come from the middle, and my desires go from the middle." The old monk frowned when he heard that. Was this young man playing with him? "Don't one know where you're from? Can't you tell me the details?" The old monk was furious and immediately wanted to use the Buddhist Dharma to influence the young man in front of him. However, all of a sudden, just as his Buddhist Dharma rose, a terrifying pressure of the extreme Tao instantly enveloped him. The old monk was shocked. Then he felt the world spin in his sea of consciousness. A huge white tiger stood in front of him. The white tiger lowered its head and looked down. It looked down at all living beings, as if it was looking at an ant. He was so scared that he was out of his wits. The Buddhist Dharma that he wanted to raise in his body instantly dissipated. The moment the Buddhist Dharma dissipated, the white tiger phantom also disappeared. Phew! The old monk turned pale with fright, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hands with respect and was shocked. This young man in front of him actually raised the white tiger like a cat. What kind of expert was this? The old monk reacted immediately. A white tiger that could hug a divine beast. Wasn't that the master of the divine beast white tiger? How could the master of the divine white tiger be immortal? It was absolutely impossible. Yes, I can't tell his cultivation level. The old monk was shocked. The words of Xiao Changtian suddenly floated in his mind. "Where I came from, where I desire to go." What a brilliant Zen. For a moment the old monk was stunned. Where he came from, where he went, everything was included in it. Life comes from birth and goes to death. The Dharma came from the mortal world and went to paradise. Cultivation came from the mortal world and went towards the strong. Everything in the world, the trajectory of all life, was actually included in it. It was omnipresent. There was nothing that did not come from the beginning and go to the end. The old monk put down the broomstick in his hand. Suddenly, he felt that his mind had been enlightened. The Zen that he could not comprehend before was suddenly enlightened. This poor monk is Kong Xiang. Thank you for your explanation, senior. The old monk said respectfully. In an instant, the qi in his body started to circulate. The dantian that was about to wither gathered spiritual energy again, and vitality circulated. No need to be so polite. Xiao Changtian hurriedly changed the topic, and told the old monk that he had comprehended Zen. After seeing his own understanding of Buddhism, he was no worse than anyone else. Even the old monk called him senior. Xiao Changtian still wanted to enter the ancient temple to take a look. At this moment, a monk rushed in with a flustered expression. Ancestor, bad news. Something happened outside. I was ordered to ask you to come out. The young monk looked anxious. He was panting from running. What are you panicking about? Can't you see that there's a senior here? The old monk reprimanded with a slightly angry expression. Senior? The small monk stared at Xiao Changtian. He was so young, yet he was called a senior by the old ancestor. Could he be some hidden mighty figure? Although one couldn't tell the cultivation level of an expert, wasn't it usually impossible to tell the cultivation level of an expert? It's fine. If you have something to do, go ahead. Xiao Changtian said lightly. He was also preparing to leave. Because the great sun immortal had sent him a message, saying that someone had come to the bookstore to cause trouble. The communication ring of Taoist Big Sun is really useful. It's so far away, but there's still a signal in such a deep mountain. It's comparable to the cell phone in my previous life. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger, turned around and left slowly. Taoist Big Sun was an expert, so Xiao Changtian was not flustered. Besides, he was a mortal who could not fly, so there was no use in being anxious. Seeing Xiao Changtian leave, the small monk couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, who is that senior? A person that cannot be offended, Kong Xiang said in a deep voice. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hand was enough to crush him, let alone Xiao Changtian himself. What happened in the Western Paradise? Why is it so urgent? Kong Xiang asked the small monk. Ancestor, Vice Sect Master Joyful Zen Master was injured and his body is crippled. He is now in the West Bull continent, and wants to fight to the death with the other party. But the other party is relatively powerful, so I asked you to help. The small monk answered. There's actually someone who dares to injure the people of my Western Paradise? How bold! Let's go. Kong Xiang left with the small monk. On the way, Kong Xiang asked again. Who are they? You actually want to invite me out of the mountain? Kong Xiang was puzzled. In the West Bull continent, the Western Paradise was an invincible existence, and the sect leader was an 8th level tribulation passing expert. Ancestor, it's a panda, a turtle, a soul formation realm woman, and a tribulation transcendence realm woman. However, they haven't come out yet. The small monk replied. Two demonic beasts can bully the Western Paradise. Now this junior was really getting worse with each generation. Kong Xiang coldly spoke. He increased his speed, and soon arrived at the Western Paradise's camp. Ancestor. As Kong Xiang descended, the expressions of everyone in the Western Paradise were filled with joy. The old ancestor was here. They would definitely win. Ancestor, please help me. The Buddha of Joy stood up immediately and begged. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Xiao Changtian arrives at the Mahayana stage. Chapter 107 Xiao Changtian arrives at the Mahayana stage. Ancestor, please help me get justice. The Buddha of Joy knelt on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. His face was filled with pain. He was beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. I've already heard about what happened. You actually dared to use evil intentions to forcefully kidnap someone. The fault lies with you. There's no excuse to deny it. Kong Xiang said angrily. Looking at the happy Buddha in front of him, his face was filled with disdain. If it wasn't for the evil thoughts in his heart, how could it have evolved to the point where his body was crippled? Old ancestors' words are true. One will remember them forever. However, if they act against me, it's a form of disrespect towards the Western paradise. It's fine if I'm insulted for nothing, but if the Western paradise is insulted, this is a huge matter. Ancestor, please help. The Buddha of Joy knelt on the ground and said emotionally. Old ancestor Kong Xiang had always taught the disciples of the Western paradise that they couldn't be bullied by others. As a member of Buddhism, it was indeed his fault for having evil thoughts, but he had directly expressed that he was willing to accept punishment and raise this matter to the level of the sect. According to Kong Xiang's temperament, he would definitely make a move. Get lost. Kong Xiang was impatient. When the Buddha of Joy heard this, he silently retreated and stood behind Kong Xiang, no longer speaking. It was you who injured Kong Huanqi? Kong Xiang looked at the fat Rongrong in front of him and said in a low voice. The reason why he came here was because he didn't want to see the Western paradise being bullied and declining. Roar! Fatty Rongrong let out a deep roar, her entire face filled with arrogance, even raising her middle finger, making a disdainful expression. Fatty Rongrong wanted to say, "You're a little chicken." But after pondering for a moment, Fatty Rongrong still didn't say it. The current Boss Phoenix was also an old hen. What if Boss Phoenix heard it and felt that he was insulting the chicken and beat him up? Although he had Big Brother Black Tortoise as his backer, if he were to separate from Big Brother Black Tortoise at any time, he would be beaten to death by Big Brother Phoenix. Thinking of this, Fat Rongrong shivered. You, how dare you? A mere demonic beast actually dares to be so rampant. Watch as one take you in on behalf of the ancestral Buddha today. Mighty heavenly dragon. Kong Xiang was furious. Buddhist light and Sanskrit flickered around his body. Golden Buddhist light condensed, and his terrifying aura seemed to have surpassed the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and reached the Mahayana realm. He was listening to Xiao Changtian's lecture, and the confusion in his heart was resolved. He had a sudden epiphany, and his cultivation base was naturally formed, directly breaking through. In addition, he cultivated a Buddhist secret technique that could block the heavenly secrets. On the way here, he had already experienced a small wave of lightning tribulation, and his cultivation had perfectly broken through to the Mahayana realm. Ancestor has broken through to the Mahayana realm. Haha, that fat panda is only at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It would definitely take some effort for the ancestor to beat this bear demon before. But now that he has broken through to the Desheng realm, wouldn't it be easy to crush him? The old ancestor is mighty, the old ancestor is domineering. The old ancestor is mighty, the old ancestor is domineering. The cheers from the Western Paradise's side were like waves, coming wave after wave. They were filled with confidence in their own forefather Kong Xiang. Stop! Right at this moment, a female voice sounded, her voice extremely heavy. As the voice fell, the red-clothed Mu Jiuhuang with an imposing manner appeared in front of Fatty Rongrong. She knew monk Kong Xiang. He was someone of the same generation as Taoist Xingyun. He was also an old monster who had lived for a long time. He was one of the few 9th-level tribulation transcenders in the human race. However, Kong Xiang had been in seclusion for 10,000 years and had never come out again. Fellow Taoist Nine Phoenix? What, are you in cahoots with this bear demon? You want to stop me? Kong Xiang frowned and was puzzled. As the empress of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, Mu Jiuhuang's strength could not be underestimated. More importantly, why would Mu Jiuhuang stand out? Could it be that the woman who was going through the tribulation that the little monk mentioned was Mu Jiuhuang? The dignified empress personally went down. Could it be that this bear demon was raised by Mu Jiuhuang? This was too much. Since the empress had taken action against her junior, she would let this old man take revenge. Fellow Taoist Kong Xiang, am I also involved in this matter? The fault lies with your Western Paradise disciple. Why? Are you not going to be reasonable? Mu Jiahuang stared at Kong Xiang, her figure standing in front of Fatty Rongrong. In reality, she came out to stop Kong Xiang from being beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. The Tianyuan continent was currently filled with undercurrents. It was best for the experts of the human race to unite. Kong Xiang was also a veteran expert, so he could not allow anything to happen at this time. The fault lies with my Western Paradise. But you, the Grand Empress, actually dared to bully a junior. Do you really think that there's no one in my Western Paradise? As Kong Xiang spoke, the aura of the Mahayana realm erupted again. So what if it was the 9 Phoenix matriarch? Before this, he might not be Mu Jiahuang's match. But now, he had already broken through to the Deshang realm. I've already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Let me sit on this throne. As Kong Xiang spoke, his aura gushed over. In today's battle, he wanted to restore the glory of the Western Paradise. Dao friend Kong Xiang, since you want to fight, then let me fight with you. Mu Jiahuang saw that Kong Xiang didn't listen to her advice, and also erupted, Deshang aura rolling out. Defeating Kong Xiang himself was better than Kong Xiang being beaten up by Fatty Rongrong. What is it? You also broke through to the Deshang realm. Sensing Mu Jiahuang's aura, Kong Xiang's expression changed and his heart sank. So what if you broke through to the Mahayana realm? I'm also in the Mahayana realm. You dare to bully my Western Paradise? Fight over there. Although Kong Xiang was shocked, he did not admit defeat. They were both Mahayana-level cultivators, so who was afraid of who? Hearing this, Mu Jiahuang's expression changed slightly. She suddenly understood. Dao friend Kong Xiang, you've misunderstood. It's not that I'm bullying your Western Paradise. It's just that your Western Paradise has offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone one shouldn't have provoked. Dao friend 9 Phoenix, do you think I'm scared? Is there anyone on the Tianyuan continent that my Western Paradise can't offend? Kong Xiang laughed loudly, his face full of anger. The small monk beside him suddenly added, Old ancestor, that person from before. That person doesn't count. Kong Xiang shook his head after being reminded by the small monk. It was impossible for such a coincidence to happen in this world. That senior was just an old monster, who was even proficient in Zen. No matter what, he could be considered a Buddhist expert. With that expert's identity, how could he possibly know a mere incarnation realm woman? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. But ancestor, that senior seems to be rushing over here. The small monk touched the back of his bald head and asked in puzzlement. What? Kong Xiang looked at the small monk and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The aura around his body instantly withered and he fell to the ground. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Slapping into the Soil 1 Chapter 108 Slapping into the Soil 1 Hundreds of feet away, a green-robed figure was slowly walking over. Every step he took was like a mortal's, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of aura on his body. To the cultivators present, this distance of several thousand meters was nothing more than a thought. However, the green-robed man who was carrying the white hair walked extremely slowly. However, no one dared to say that he was walking slowly. At this moment, Kong Xiang, Mu Jiahuang, Fatty Rongrong and the others all restrained their auras, quietly watching the person in front of them walk over. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes later, the man in green finally walked over. So many people. Who else could the man in green be but Xiao Changtian? He smiled faintly and looked at the great sun immortal. It was Taoist Big Sun who sent him a message. However, seeing that the great sun immortal's clothes were neat and tidy, it seemed that he did not make a move, which meant that the matter was not serious. Since it was a small matter, he was relieved. They're the ones who came to cause trouble. Immortal Daong cupped his fists at desolate Changtian and said respectfully. Xiao Changtian knew that Immortal De Yang paid attention to etiquette, but he hated these formalities. He just nodded and looked at the monks in front of him. The old master is here too? Isn't the matter you want to solve the same as mine? Xiao Changtian immediately saw Kong Xiang and the little monk beside him. He remembered that the little monk said he had something to deal with before the ancient temple. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Who the hell are you? What was a mortal doing? Give it to me. Seeing Xiao Changtian get up, the old ancestor actually didn't fight. His revenge was actually delayed by a mortal. The Buddha of Joy, who had lost his life root, was no longer rational. He pointed at Xiao Changtian angrily and cursed. However, before he could finish speaking, a leg came from behind him and landed on his legs. He only heard a cracking sound. Both of his legs broke from his knees. The Buddha of Joy knelt down in front of Xiao Changtian and kowtowed heavily on the ground, creating a small pit on the marble floor. Bastard, you actually came to Senior's territory to cause trouble. Senior, this matter is all my fault. I didn't teach the younger generation well, and actually came here to cause trouble. Please forgive me. Kong Xiang's voice trembled slightly as the cold sweat on his back once again soaked his dry cloth. How could he have thought that this matter was actually related to Senior? Senior was such a mighty figure. In front of Senior, he was just an ant. He definitely could not provoke Senior. At the same time, a wave of gratitude rose in Kong Xiang's heart. He was grateful to Mu Jiahuang. So it turned out that everything Mu Jiahuang said was true. The Western Paradise had truly offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. Senior. When the people of the Western Paradise heard their ancestor actually addressing Xiao Changtian as Senior, all of them felt great shock in their hearts. They were all intelligent people, and instantly understood that this Xiao Changtian before them was an expert. They couldn't sense Xiao Changtian's aura because his cultivation was too high for them to sense. In an instant, the disciples of the joyful Buddha felt a chill run down their backs. They shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. Master, this is the person who kidnapped Chu Iren and is now causing trouble. Mu Jiahuang walked over and said angrily, Kidnapping Chu Iren? Xiao Changtian was stunned, and Chu Iren walked out of the bookstore. Senior, I'm here again, he. Chu Iren looked at Xiao Changtian excitedly and walked over to his side. When I was on my way back, I was kidnapped by this person and his disciple. I was almost. Chu Iren clenched her fist and said angrily. The Buddha of Joy, who was still kneeling on the ground, peed his pants in fear as he listened to Chu Iren's explanation to Xiao Changtian. A stream of yellow and white liquid flowed out from beneath him. What kind of terrifying existence was this that even the old ancestor had to call him Senior? How could he still live? It was over. There was only one thought in the Buddha of Joy's mind. The disciples of the joyful Buddha were so frightened that they fled in panic. Run. However, they wanted to run. Mu Jiahuang's divine sense swept out, and those Buddhist sect disciples knelt down one after another. The great Sun Immortal followed suit, and directly wrapped these people up with ropes. They were tied into a ball and thrown to the ground. The great Sun Immortal is indeed powerful. Xiao Changtian was shocked when he saw this scene. Every time he saw the great Sun Immortal, he couldn't help but feel envious. He did not know when he would open the path of invincibility. Xiao Changtian shook his head and quickly threw away this thought. The most important thing now was to solve the problem in front of him. We can't let these people off easily, Tina said. What kind of personality did Chu Iren have? She was a carefree person, and her brain was a little abnormal. He had been worried that something would happen to Chu Iren if she met a man other than him. And now it had come true. However, someone who could kidnap Chu Iren and cause trouble in his bookstore was definitely not a good person. Xiao Changtian's attitude towards bad people must be severely punished. Other situations were different. However, bringing his disciple to kidnap a weak woman was no different from a beast. Calling him a beast was too much of an exaggeration. You must be severely punished. Xiao Changtian looked at the great Sun Immortal. The great Sun Immortal was better at killing people. Yes, the great Sun Immortal replied and slapped down, killing those disciples of the Buddha of Joy. As for the Buddha of Joy, he had long been kicked to death by Kong Xiang. Senior, this is our fault. We will compensate you. After dealing with the matter of the joyful Buddha, Kong Xiang looked at Xiao Changtian with a smile, wanting to ask for his opinion. It wasn't so easy to quell the anger of an expert. Right now, they could only strive to reduce the losses of the Western paradise to the lowest. You're not compensating me, you're compensating Chu Iran. You guys can discuss the specifics yourselves. I'm going back to take a nap. I'm tired from walking. Xiao Changtian said lightly, and carried the white tiger back to his room. In front of the bookstore, Kong Xiang dismissed his disciples and apologized to Chu Iran. Chu Iran didn't ask for compensation. Every grievance had a perpetrator, and every debt had a perpetrator. The Buddha of Joy was already dead. Then Kong Xiang expressed his gratitude to Mu Jiahuang. Fortunately, the woman stopped him. Otherwise, he would have angered the senior. Mu Jiahuang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Kong Xiang turned to Fatty Rongrong and smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Xiong, sorry for offending you earlier. Kong Xiang finally heaved a sigh of relief after settling everything. However, the way he addressed Fatty Rongrong made her furious. He was an iron-eating beast, not a panda. Other than Master and Big Brother Black Tortoise, he could not say that he was a panda. A slap came down, slamming Kong Xiang into the ground. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 New Mission, Head to the Victorious East Continent 1. Chapter 109 New Mission, Head to the Victorious East Continent 1. Cough cough. Kong Xiang patted the dust off his body and coughed twice to remove the dirt from his mouth. Hiss, what realm is this demonic beast at? Kong Xiang was extremely shocked. At this moment, he suddenly understood the second meaning behind Mu Jiahuang's obstruction. Days. They lived peacefully. Xiao Changtian still maintained his daily routine. He went to bed early and woke up early every day, taking a short nap from time to time. Mu Jiahuang studied how to raise divine beasts seriously every day and enjoyed it. As for Zhang Fan, he would plow the fields every day. A month ago, Xiao Changtian hosted his and Lin Tingji's wedding. The wedding was extremely grand, and countless experts from the entire Western Bull continent came to congratulate them. Just the gifts alone were piled up. Now that the West Bull continent has been rebuilt, should we go back or go to another continent to establish a branch of the academy? Xiao Changtian, who was strolling, had this question in his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It was the system issuing another mission. Take in a disciple. Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. Wasn't this mission too difficult? Taking in a disciple with peerless talent and cultivation? Wasn't this making things difficult for him? He was just an ordinary mortal who was at most versatile. He was a genius with extreme talent and cultivation. He did not join a good cultivation sect, but came to acknowledge him as his master. Could it be that his brain was damaged? However, for the sake of his invincible path, Xiao Changtian still accepted it. There was no other way. Could it be that he could be immortal for the rest of his life? In the world of cultivation, who didn't want to cultivate and seek immortality? There were many people who couldn't cultivate. At least he had a system. Although the system was a scam, it gave him a chance. From his previous life on the Blue Planet, Xiao Changtian understood one thing. As long as there was a chance, even if it was slim, he had to seize it. If he chose to lie flat, he would be the only one disappointed. Even if he struggled for a while, it was not scary to fail. In this process, he could still accumulate more. For example, he could open a bookstore while he was taking in disciples and completing his mission. Delighted. I one overused my brain today. I'm going back to lie down for a while. Xiao Changtian had only walked half the way today before he returned. Let me make it clear. I'm not lying down. I'm just taking a break on the road of hard work. Xiao Changtian convinced himself. Another 4 hours passed. That's strange. Master actually came back to rest after a stroll today. Something's wrong. Mu Jiahuang looked at Xiao Changtian's room with a puzzled expression. During this period of time, Through studying the animal breeding manual, she had a faint understanding. That was during the time he was raising the divine beast, every action, every moment. They seemed to be in harmony with the great Tao. Somehow, the contents of the manual began to blur. The great Tao that was originally recorded also disappeared. In its place were those general ideas that were difficult to summarize in his mind. As he raised the divine beast every day, the content on it was constantly being improved, although there was very little. Could it be that Senior wants me to walk my own path? Mu Jiahuang was overjoyed. This manual given by the Senior was simply a supreme divine item. It was unfathomable. The sun was high in the sky. Only then did Xiao Changtian wake up happily. The first thing she did after waking up was to go to the bookstore. The bookstore was still bustling with business. Some people even asked if they had other books. They wanted to know more. Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement. In his previous life, there were so many books on the blue planet. There were at least 18,000 of them. Now he had only written a few from memory. Then Xiao Changtian returned to his room. After thinking for a while, he decided to write a book called Fantasy. I really don't have a celestial beast. He could imagine that the green-haired turtle and the others around him were divine beasts. It was not until the afternoon, when the sun was setting and the red sun covered the entire lake, that Xiao Changtian finally finished writing the book. It couldn't be helped, this book was too long. There were a lot of words. It was said that the author of that book had prepared an outline of tens of thousands of words before writing it. Of course, it was just a rumor. No one knew the truth. When he walked out of the room, everyone in the Wang family was already waiting for dinner. Butler Wang even came to call him personally. Butler Wang, I'll trouble you to make a trip and copy this book. Prepare to publish it tomorrow. Xiao Changtian handed the draft to Butler Wang and went to eat. After taking their seats, Butler Wang told him about the profit situation of the bookstore, while Yi Fan explained that the reconstruction of the West Bull continent had been completed. Xiao Changtian nodded. In that case, let's go to the victorious East continent tomorrow. There are some things that we need to do. Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiahuang and said, Jiao, get ready. Ready? Mu Jiahuang was slightly stunned. The victorious East continent was his hometown, so there was nothing much to prepare. With the 9 Phoenix dynasty around, everything was ready. Could it be that the Senior's preparation was referring to the Black Sky sect master, the Black Sky? So Master knew everything. Yes, sir. Mu Jiahuang replied respectfully. Xiao Changtian was slightly puzzled. Why did Jiao not seem to be in the right state recently? She had to think for so long to prepare her luggage for tomorrow. Could it be that she was tired of raising animals? It can't be right. Forget it. When he reached the victorious East continent, he would give Jiao a holiday and let her go out to play. It would be a good time to relax. Senior is leaving tomorrow. The head of the Wang family was stunned. Such a master was actually leaving. Thank you for your hospitality during this period of time. This is a prescription. Take it. From tomorrow onwards, you will drink the medicine according to the description in the prescription for a month. It will strengthen your body and have many benefits. Xiao Changtian took out the prescription and handed it to the Wang family head. During this period of time, it was all thanks to the Wang family's hospitality. Xiao Changtian didn't forget about this kindness. He remembered that the Wang family was a little weak, even Wang Jingtian, who was cultivating. After Xiao Changtian finished writing, he immediately drafted a prescription. Many benefits. Could it be? The head of the Wang family took the prescription, but did not open it immediately. Previously, he had heard that Wang Niaoshou had mastered the body refining technique from a medical doctor. He was extremely powerful and could even start cultivating. Could it be that Senior could also use this prescription to help him and his daughter cultivate? To make his son, who was an immortal cultivator, more courageous? That was definitely the case. The first thing the Wang clan's patriarch did was express his gratitude. A night passed. Chapter 110 Chapter 11. There's a problem with the word one. Chapter 11. There's a problem with the word one. The next morning, as the sun rose, Xiao Changtian and the others left. This group of people included 9 Phoenix Mu, Wang Miaoshou, Taoist Master Deong, and Chu Yiren. As for Yi Fan, Xiao Changtian asked him to stay. Now was the honeymoon period. Yi Fan should focus on plowing the land. In any case, there was not much use for Yi Fan to follow him to the East Victory State this time. Perfected great son, you have a wide network. You even have old friends in the West Bull continent who can borrow his sex teleportation array. Xiao Changtian smiled. Taoist De Yong smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. However, he felt that Xiao Changtian had truly returned to the realm of simplicity. He had completely brought himself into the perspective of a mortal. He thought about it for a moment. If that day came, he would become an expert and want to come back to train his state of mind. Would he be able to do what Senior did? After careful consideration, the great sun immortal shook his head. He believed that he could not do it. Wang, with a flash of white light, Xiao Changtian and the others landed in front of a passage. On the continent monument in front of them, 3 powerful words entered their eyes. The victorious East Continent. These 3 words are not bad. They should have been written by a woman, but there are some flaws. Xiao Changtian commented. With the system's enhancement of the calligraphy skill, he could see the problems with the 3 in front of him at a glance. Master, what's wrong with these 3 words? Mu Jiuhuang asked curiously. These 3 words were written when she broke through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. At that time, she was in high spirits and directly removed the previous words and engraved these 3 words. These 3 words contained her law domain, realm comprehension, and so on. In fact, many of the disciples of the immortal sects in the victorious East Continent had comprehended these 3 words before he had written them down, and they had even broken through their cultivation realms one after another. This had become a much-told story. If someone else said that there was something wrong with these 3, Mu Jiuhuang would definitely treat them coldly. However, the person who said there was a problem was Xiao Changtian, a peerless expert. Mu Jiuhuang understood that there was something wrong with the words. The expert must be pointing out the flaws in her laws and realm comprehension. She could not help but ask. To be able to receive guidance from their master was more precious than the cultivation resources of a continent. Taoist De Yong, who was standing at the side, was also listening attentively. Looking at the 3 words Mu Jiuhuang had written down, his cultivation level rose to another level. In addition to the period of time in the Western Bull continent, his cultivation was already faintly about to break through to the nascent soul realm and reach the 5th level of the soul formation realm. On the Tianyuan continent, cultivators started from Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, heaven span, saint ruler, tribulation transcendence, and Mahayana. Every single level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even before, he was only the sect leader of a 9th rank sect, and his cultivation was only at the golden core realm, which was not as high as the disciples of those large sections. However, ever since he had followed Senior, his cultivation had broken through as easily as drinking water. He had broken through once every 2 to 3 days. If this was before, he would not even dare to think about it. Therefore, as long as he had the chance, he would follow Xiao Changtian and learn from him. Only Chu Yiren remained nonchalant. These 3 words are drawn with iron and silver hooks. It can be seen that someone must have carved them with a sword. They are full of strength, and the strokes are round and sharp. This point is enough to prove that this person's calligraphy skills are not bad. At the same time, these 3 words have a domineering and vigorous air to them. It can be imagined that the person who wrote these 3 words had a high status and was in a good mood at the time. Xiao Changtian commented. Mu Jiuhuang nodded in her heart. Senior's analysis was not bad. Even the environment, weapon, and state of mind at that time, He deduced everything. Her brows furrowed even more tightly as she listened attentively to what was to come. Because the following content was the most important. However, when this person wrote down these 3 words, he was unable to break away from the limitations of calligraphy. Xiao Changtian changed the topic. Jumping out of the limitations of calligraphy? Mu Jiuhuang frowned and was somewhat confused. The great sun immortal was the same. Since the senior said that these 3 words were already very good, why did he say that they did not break away from the limitations of calligraphy? That's right. This person's calligraphy must have been copied from a famous person, so it has a personal style. Xiao Changtian continued. However, this style belongs to another person. It's not the person who wrote the calligraphy. At the end of the brush, this person clearly paused for a moment. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know why this feeling appeared. That's because he didn't create his own calligraphy style. That was why he felt troubled. Xiao Changtian analyzed the situation. He had experienced all the things that he had learned from his childhood, from his initial success, to his initial success, and finally to his great success. With just a glance, he could see the problem with the 3 words in front of him. Create your own calligraphy? Mu Jiuhuang was stunned. Closing his eyes, he recalled his state of mind at that time. The last stroke was thinking about the style of this calligraphy. It was someone else's, not his. At his peak, he was using someone else's style, which was why he felt that something was wrong. The same goes for everything, Xiao Changtian added. Mu Jiuhuang was instantly enlightened. Senior was guiding her to create her own cultivation direction. Understood. Mu Jiuhuang nodded. Her eyes lit up, and she became even more determined. As for the great sun immortal, he heard another meaning. My own style. Could it be that Senior is secretly reminding me to stick to my own style and follow my own train of thought with the great sun sex cultivation technique? The great sun immortal was puzzled. Back then, the great sun sect had also produced a tribulation transcending expert, but that tribulation transcending expert had modified the great sun sect's cultivation method. When he first joined the great yang sect, he felt that something was wrong with his cultivation technique. However, since it was modified by that ancestor, and he had cultivated along with it, he knew that he was gradually becoming stronger and felt that there was something wrong. Since it is Senior who is guiding me, one will give it a try. The great sun immortal's gaze became firm. Until everyone left. A handsome young man who was sitting cross-legged in the grass and comprehending the 3 words victorious East Continent finally opened his eyes. This person is actually able to see the problem in the 9 Phoenix Matriarch's handwriting. Although my talent is excellent, if I want to become a supreme, I must comprehend the strongest Tao and build a supreme foundation. Could this person be an expert? Follow him. The young man followed. Soon, they arrived at a small town on the border of the true East Continent. Black Wind Town. It got its name because it often blew a black wind. The specific reason was Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Jiang Beichen testing Xiao Changshan Lai. Chapter 111, Jiang Beichen testing Xiao Changshan Lai. Mu Jiuhuang had once sent people to investigate, but the origin of the black wind could only be determined to be a normal weather scene, even if they knew that the weather was abnormal. Black Wind Town. Xiao Changtian looked at the 3 bright red words on the archway of the town. His face was filled with doubt as he muttered. In his previous life, he had often heard the name Black Wind. Usually, it was a place where people robbed or bandits gathered. He always felt that this place was not safe. Jiu did something happen in this place? Xiao Changtian looked at Mu Jiuhuang. Something? It was just that every evening, a black wind would blow. The rest is nothing. Mu Jiuhuang replied after thinking for a moment. At first, she had thought that this black wind was some kind of demon cultivating. Moreover, to be able to spit out such a level of black fog, it was at least a king-level demon beast. The 9 Phoenix Empire was not only a cultivation organization, the #1 human organization on the Tianyuan continent. It also governed many mortal empires. These empires were formed by mortals, and were not much different from the royal families of the ancient Blue Star. The Tianyuan continent was vast, and mortals made up 9/10 of the human population. Therefore, the dynasty was naturally in charge of maintaining order. However, in the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. If a mortal dynasty wanted to establish itself, and not be killed by any random cultivation sect, it could only rely on a large faction. Originally, the factions that these empires relied on were relatively scattered. However, after the establishment of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, countless mortal empires in the world all relied on it, because the Nine Phoenix dynasty was a true immortal cultivation sect that worked for mortals. Back when Black Wind Town reported the matter of Black Wind to the Nine Phoenix dynasty, Mu Jiahuang had even paid attention to it personally. If it was a great demon that harmed mortals, she would have to take action personally. However, he did not find anything after that. It was extremely strange. Black Wind. Xiao Changtian was slightly startled. He was bewildered. Could it be a monster? There were monsters in the world of cultivation. Forget it. One won't go out after evening. All right, let's find an inn to stay in, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Originally, Mu Jiahuang wanted to invite Xiao Changtian to head to the Nine Phoenix dynasty. But Xiao Changtian shook his head. I'll go to your hometown later. I have other things to do now. He was prepared to wait for the data to be opened, and for the Changxing bookstore to gain a reputation in the victorious East region, before following Mu Jiahuang to his hometown. He remembered that when Mu Jiahuang first came to his courtyard, she was dressed like a woman from a wealthy family. What if he knew that he was an ordinary mortal, and suffered the revenge of the Mu family? He had signed a contract with Jiaor back then. Jiaor had voluntarily given up her salary, and worked for him. He simply referred to himself as a freeloader. If the Mu family knew about this, they would say that he was black-hearted. Thus, they settled down in an inn. Xiao Changtian was not short of money now. Each of them had a room above them. He spent a total of 10 copper coins. Senior, why don't we change to a better inn? Isn't this place too shabby? Chu Iren said with a hint of disdain. She could even smell a sour stench in the space. It seemed to be athlete's foot. No need. This place is quite good. Compared to my previous small courtyard, the conditions are not too bad. Look, there's a bed. Xiao Changtian explained. All right, he admitted that he did it to save money. After all, in his previous life, he had already been overwhelmed by the mortgage and car loans. He was afraid of being poor. This money should be saved as much as possible. He must not waste it. Seeing that everyone was still frowning, Xiao Changtian's brain worked quickly and he said, This is a shabby house, but 1 a.m. virtuous. Moss scar upper grade green grass. Xiao Changtian directly recited the ancient lines from the humble room inscription. This was the only way to explain things. I'm a lowly vassal. Weiwu de Xian. As Xiao Changtian's voice fell, Mu Jiahuang and the others instantly muttered, still reminiscing. Pa! Following the heavy sound of the door closing, Xiao Changtian had already entered the room and closed the door. He was afraid that if he continued to explain, there would be no way to explain. Senior is indeed an expert. Even though you're playing around in the mortal world, and refining your heart in the mortal world, you're still able to temper your mentality to such a high level. The great Sun Immortal shook his head immediately, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Mu Jiahuang nodded. Only Chu Iren still had a look of disdain on her face. Senior didn't come to this inn to save money, right? Chu Iren frowned, but she shook her head immediately. What am I thinking? Senior is this kind of person. Everyone walked into their own rooms. At the same time, the young man who had followed them walked into the store with a look of disdain. Are you going to jump the line or stay? However, before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, he saw the young man in front of him holding a waist token. The waist token was engraved with a golden dragon totem. 2. Your Highness. The shopkeeper immediately knelt down. This waist token was the North Moon Empire's royal waist token proof. Furthermore, the dragon totem on it was 5-clawed. In the entire North Moon Empire, other than the North Moon Emperor, there was only the current Crown Prince, the rumored trash Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince was useless. That was the Crown Prince's business. If he dared to provoke the Crown Prince, he would only end up dead. What room did the four of them stay in? They arranged for me to stay next to them. The young man said indifferently and slowly put away his waist token. Yes, the shopkeeper hurriedly agreed. Thus, the North Moon Crown Prince Jiang Beichen stayed beside Xiao Changtian's room. It's rumored that during the Battle of the Western Bull Continent, the genius of the Yi clan, Yi Fan, became famous and became the #1 person in the Western Bull Continent. This is the last year of this prince's golden age of immortal cultivation. In order not to be roped in by the cultivation sects, one have disguised myself as a good-for-nothing that everyone knows. I have missed several years of the golden cultivation age. Originally, I wanted to imitate the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs' Tao, but it's rumored that Yi Fan's cultivation is not inferior to the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs. In such a short period of time, Yi Fan's supreme being bone was dug out, and then he was born with an invincible appearance. There must be an expert guiding him from behind. Unfortunately, everyone in the Western Bull Continent is blocking the news of that expert. I wonder if the person who commented on the 9 Phoenix Matriarchs' calligraphy today is an expert, or if he's just pointing out the problem with the calligraphy. Forget it. We'll know after the first test tomorrow. But this test requires a sense of propriety. First this, then that. Jiang Beichen already had a plan in his mind. He was prepared to. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. 2 men enter the room 1. Chapter 112. 2 men enter the room 1. The next morning, Xiao Changtian got up early, but he didn't go out for a walk. The sky outside was a little gloomy, in addition to the black wind that Mu Jiuhuang had mentioned earlier. Xiao Changtian felt that it was better to stay in the inn. At noon, he went to contact the local printing workshop. Master, breakfast is ready. After a short while, Mu Jiuhuang brought breakfast over. Then, she fed the green-haired turtle and the others. Jiu'er, I'll give you a break during this period of time. You can do what you want to do, Xiao Changtian said as he ate his breakfast. The victorious East Continent was Jiu'er's hometown, so it was a good opportunity for Jiu'er to make a trip home. Do what I want to do. Mu Jiuhuang was slightly taken aback. Senior, could it be that you want me to look for the Black Sky sect master these few days? As expected, Senior had planned everything. Mu Jiuhuang nodded and replied. Right, remember not to mention me, Xiao Changtian added. What if Jiu'er said that he had also come to the victorious East Continent, and the Mu clan came to surround him? What should he do? Even if he was reasonable, he could not explain it clearly. At that time, Jiu'er wanted to be his maidservant wholeheartedly. He did not want to take her in. Yes, Mu Jiuhuang nodded. Mu Jiuhuang finished feeding the turtles, and Xiao Changtian finished his breakfast. Mu Jiuhuang bade farewell to Chu'iren and Dayang Town. Follow this person and see where she is going. Watching Mu Jiuhuang leave, Jiang Beichen, who was in another room, said to a guard who had just rushed over. This guard was someone that the North Moon Emperor had paid a huge price to hire to protect Jiang Beichen's life. He was a golden elixir realm expert. However, ever since he found out that Jiang Beichen had a cultivation talent that would not appear in 10,000 years, this expert volunteered to follow Jiang Beichen because Jiang Beichen's future was definitely bright. Yes, the 9th stage golden core expert followed Mu Jiuhuang. Although the 9 Phoenix Matriarch's name resounded throughout the entire continent, many people had no idea that they had never seen her before. Those who knew the 9 Phoenix Matriarch were basically all tribulation-passing cultivators. The great Sun Immortal had not met him by chance before. Next, let me test your depth. Jiang Beichen watched as the guards left. He then stood up and prepared to execute his plan. Inside the room, Xiao Changtian was thinking about how to make a genius who was determined by his talent in cultivation become his disciple. This was much more difficult than opening a bookstore. This is very difficult. We can only take it step by step. Dog system, you're really a dog. Xiao Changtian cursed in his heart. He had no idea why a genius with the highest cultivation talent would want to be his disciple. For what? Great success in painting and calligraphy. Sigh. It doesn't seem impossible. Suddenly, Xiao Changtian's eyes lit up. That's right, he had neglected a condition. That was, this genius, who was determined by his cultivation talent, did not have to learn to cultivate to become his master. She could be his art tutor. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, cooking, tea art, brewing, wine, carving, forging. He was proficient in all 18 martial arts. Becoming a disciple didn't necessarily mean that one had to cultivate. System, does this count as accepting a disciple? In order to prevent the system from denying it, Xiao Changtian even asked again. After a full 15 minutes, the system gave a ding sound, obviously agreeing. Then this will be much easier. Xiao Changtian was instantly filled with confidence. However, how do one know if the other party is a genius cultivator? Xiao Changtian asked again. Ding! The system would automatically notify him when he discovered a genius with extraordinary cultivation talent. The system's voice sounded again. 1C. Xiao Changtian nodded. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Xiao Changtian, who was taking out a brush and preparing to write, heard the knock on the door. He thought it was the great sun immortal, and let him in. Ding! He had discovered a genius who was extremely talented in cultivation. Xiao Changtian, who was writing, suddenly heard the system notification. He was delighted. Could it be that the genius had appeared near the inn? Perfected great sun, please follow me to find. Xiao Changtian opened his mouth, wanting to invite the great sun immortal to find that genius. Things would be easier now that he had found her. However, the moment he raised his head, he was stunned. Who is this person? It wasn't the great sun immortal. And you are? Xiao Changtian looked at this young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He walked with an indescribable noble air. He was obviously a young master from a big family or a big force. I'm Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen replied calmly, his gaze sweeping across Xiao Changtian's room. A turtle, an old hen, a dog, a white cat, and a bear. He immediately frowned. Why did this person bring so many animals with him? Could this person really be a mortal? However, mortals did not carry so many strange animals with them. Jiang Beichen was extremely confused. His face was filled with disbelief as his gaze finally fell on the calligraphy on Xiao Changtian's desk. As for the black tortoise and the other beasts, they glanced at Jiang Beichen with a serious expression. Jiang Beichen. Xiao Changtian silently recited this name in his heart. Very good. It seemed that the genius determined by the cultivation talent mentioned by the system was Jiang Beichen. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Changtian asked indifferently. He didn't reveal all his 18 weapons immediately. He still knew how to play hard to get. Anyone would be wary if he rashly proposed to take the other party as a disciple. Only by slowly revealing his abilities and letting Jiang Beichen dig out bit by bit could he make the other party willingly acknowledge him as his master before he admired him. There's a cabinet in my room that's too much of a hindrance. I can't move it alone. I wonder if I can ask you for help. Jiang Beichen said. In fact, the golden core cultivator had already set up an array in his room. As long as he was a cultivator, he would be able to detect it. The detection stone was now in his palm. When mortals enter a room, the room will be lit up with a white light. As for the immortal cultivators, they would light up with a green light when they entered. As long as Xiao Changtian was invited in, if he was an immortal cultivator and dared to give pointers to the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor's calligraphy, it proved that he must be an expert. Stronger than the 9 Phoenix matriarch. He had directly taken her as his master on the spot. No matter what, he had to beg the expert to accept him. If it was a mortal, it would just be a farce. All right, Xiao Changtian agreed. The first step of taking in a disciple was to establish a relationship between the two parties. Soon, Jiang Beichen led Xiao Changtian into the room. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. Is he really immortal? Chapter 113. Is he really immortal? Xiao Changtian and Jiang Beichen were two men, one in front and one behind. He walked into the room. Compared to Xiao Changtian's room, Jiang Beichen's room was more luxurious. The walls were inlaid with crystals, and even the floor was paved with marble, making it look shiny. Most importantly, there was a luminous pearl. The light was extremely obvious, and the field of vision was extremely wide. Whether it's a mortal or an expert, we'll know soon enough. Jiang Beichen stared at the gemstone in his hand with anticipation. He hoped that the gemstone could light up with a red light, so that he could learn to cultivate from an expert. Jiang Beichen stared at the gemstone in his hand. However, after a few breaths, the gemstone did not change at all. It did not work at all. Neither the white light used to detect mortals, nor the red light used to detect cultivators lit up. There are no cabinets in this room. It was only when Xiao Changtian turned his head and asked in puzzlement that Jiang Beichen quickly averted his gaze and smiled sheepishly. Maybe the waiter from before moved it away for me, waiter. Jiang Beichen shouted downstairs. He had already informed the waiter beforehand that he would only need to wait for Jiang Beichen's signal to answer. Oh, I've moved your cabinet down for you. I'll change it to a bigger one later. The waiter pretended to be serious and did not reveal any flaws. Seeing her acting skills, Jiang Beichen nodded in relief. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't stand on ceremony. Jiang Beichen took out a piece of gold from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Changtian. This was also his first step of probing. There had been no changes in the formation just now, and Jiang Beichen was at a loss. However, after thinking about it, he came up with a way to test Xiao Changtian. And that was to pay. Gold. All immortal cultivators regard gold as dirt in the secular world. It's impossible for them to accept it, and they don't even bother to accept it. As long as you accept it, you'll be immortal. Since you're immortal, this piece of gold will be my apology. Apologize for your probing. Jiang Beichen thought to himself as he stared into Xiao Changtian's eyes. Then it would be a great honor. Xiao Changtian was delighted when he saw the gold. He didn't expect this young master to be so generous. In his previous life, there were also a few second-generation young masters on the Blue Star who were generous and spent thousands of dollars. It seemed like that was indeed the case. After a simple farewell, Xiao Changtian returned to his room. Looking at the gold in his hand, he was extremely satisfied. He could get a piece of gold just by doing a favor, not to mention that he hadn't even contributed. He didn't even dare to think that such a good thing could exist in the world. Now he believed it. Watching Xiao Changtian leave, the man returned to his room and sat on the crystal chair with a frown. I can't. Was this the array that had been tested several times before? Could it be that the spirit stones have been used up? Puzzled, Jiang Beichen opened a dark box on the table. It was the array core. A milky white crystal that was glowing with a clear light lay quietly in the center of the formation. It was the core of the formation. Now there are still more than half of the spirit stones in the army. Then what's the problem? Is the array broken? It's not working? Puzzled, Jiang Beichen tested it several times at his own door. He walked in, walked out, and walked in again. He tried it over a dozen times, and every time, the crystal would emit a white glow. The white light lit up, proving that he was indeed immortal. What's the situation now? Jiang Beichen was puzzled. However, when he thought about it and took out the gold, Xiao Changtian's eyes revealed a trace of joy. That joy came from the gold. However, it lacked greed. This was very strange. All the probing is still ambiguous. We still need to probe. Xiao Changtian's eyes darkened as he thought of a new plan. At the same time, outside Black Wind Town, something strange happened today. The black fog became thicker again, as if someone had knocked over an ink bottle. The black wind whistled and blocked their vision. Even the roof of the house seemed to have the sound of tiles being blown. Everyone, quickly return to your rooms and hide. The innkeeper shouted loudly, and many of the innkeepers hurriedly ran back to their rooms and stayed in their rooms seriously. Xiao Changtian was also surprised when he saw this. Could there be some demon causing trouble? It was safer to stay with the great sun immortal. Xiao Changtian grabbed the tortoise and white tiger with each hand. The remaining old hen, Alpha, and Fatty Rongrong followed Xiao Changtian to the front of Taoist Big Sun's room. Senior, the great sun immortal, who was staring at the black fog with a frown, heard Xiao Changtian calling him to open the door. He quickly got up and opened the door. Senior, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Changtian bring the black tortoise and the other divine beasts, he was confused. This black fog is not simple. I'll go to your room first. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The great sun immortal was a big shot in immortal cultivation. Even if there were any demons causing trouble, it would be safe for him to follow the great sun immortal. This black fog is not simple? Senior, you mean? The great sun immortal muttered in his heart. When he was staring at this black wind, he sensed a dangerous aura. Currently he was in the incarnation realm. To be able to make him feel threatened, it must be at least a powerhouse in the heavenly arrival state. Could it be that this black wind was created by a demon beast? So Senior thought that I was in danger, so he came to my room to protect my life. Senior is such a mighty person, but you are willing to do this for me. I, great son, will give my life to you. From now on, if Senior wants me to climb a mountain of blades or enter a sea of fire, one won't even blink. The eyes of the great sun immortal's old face sparkled with excitement. When Xiao Changtian entered the room of the great sun immortal and told him that the black wind was not simple, he was coincidentally seen by Jiang Beichen, who had pushed open the door. Instantly, Jiang Beichen shook his head. If he's a real immortal cultivator, what's so scary about a mere black wind? Looks like this person is really immortal. It's my wishful thinking. Jiang Beichen sighed and closed the door again. He returned to his room and considered leaving Black Wind Town. As soon as his subordinates returned, he would head to the West Bull continent to look for Yi Fan. If he could become Yi Fan's disciple, that would be his opportunity. However, as soon as he entered the room, a pair of green eyes stared at him coldly. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Quickly run. The Black Wind demons are not to be trifled with. _I. Chapter 114. Quickly run. The Black Wind demons are not to be trifled with. _I. What kind of eyes were those? It emitted a faint green light. The green light was terrifying and carried endless killing intent. It was as if a vicious wolf was staring at its prey, making Jiang Beichen feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Outside his window, a huge demonic beast was staring at him through the window. The two green eyeballs were half the size of the room. You, what kind of demonic beast are you? Jiang Beichen turned pale with fright. He was still immortal. He had no way to fight back against the demonic beasts. He could only be controlled and devoured. However, he was not someone who was willing to wait for death. He placed his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. It looked like he was calmly waiting for death. In fact, he was taking out the magic treasure that the Golden Core Guard had given him from his ring. This Dharma treasure was the Golden Core Guard's natal Dharma treasure. It could withstand the attack of a divine transformation realm expert with all its strength. Jiang Beichen did not want to die. He still had a lot of time. He possessed a talent that only appeared once every 10,000 years. He wanted to embark on the path of martial arts and reach the peak of the immortal Tao. He could not die. Cuckoo! Outside the window, the huge flying demon beast roared in a low voice. It stretched out its thick claws that were like the trunk of a tree. With a light tap, the array in front of the window was broken. At the same time, another claw clawed at Jiang Beichen. It was a monster, and it usually hid its body, transforming into a human and hiding in the crowd. Therefore, no one discovered it. However, when Jiang Beichen arrived yesterday, it immediately stared at him. It sensed the cultivation talent and bloodline in Jiang Beichen's body. Therefore, he directly created a black wind to block everyone's vision. Now, only Jiang Beichen could see it. Human, obediently let me devour you. One will help you use this body of yours to the extreme. In Jiang Beichen's mind, the monster's cold and greedy voice rang out. In your dreams. Jiang Beichen frowned, his expression determined. Stealing his heart, he produced an icy blue ice needle in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, it flew out. Although he had yet to start cultivating, he still knew some basic martial arts. I hope this demon's realm isn't too high. Jiang Beichen thought to himself as he looked at the flying needles. Although he was nervous, Jiang Beichen was still very confident in the flying needles given by his guards. After all, being able to follow a cultivation genius like him would definitely bring that guard unparalleled benefits in the future. The flying needle shot out and turned into a cold light. Its speed was extremely fast, like a cold light flashing across the sky, causing a sonic boom in the space. In an instant, it stabbed into the head of the flying demonic beast. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. He had actually stabbed it. That was great. The silver needle that could kill an incarnation realm expert could severely injure the demon beast, even if it couldn't kill it. During this period of time, he could use it to escape. However, the next scene made his heart sink. With a crack, the ice-blue silver needle instantly shattered into countless ice shards. How is that possible? Dire monsters that are above the incarnation realm? Jiang Beichen was in complete despair. He could only close his eyes and wait for his death. My life is over, Jiang Beichen said dejectedly. If he had known earlier, he would have cultivated earlier and entered the immortal sect. Who would have thought that his 1 in a million cultivation talent would actually be devoured by a flying demon beast today? He could already feel an extremely cold claw clawing at him. He held his breath and waited for death. Boom! However, at this moment a silent voice sounded. It seemed that the ground was trembling. The claw that was approaching him seemed to have disappeared, and its aura was getting further and further away. Jiang Beichen could not help but open his eyes. Only then did he see that 2 cultivators were passing by, and happened to see the demon harming people. They immediately attacked and sent the demon beast flying. Your Highness, don't worry. With us here, this demonic beast won't be able to hurt you. The 2 middle-aged cultivators said. Thank you, Xuanjia and Daoist Xuani. Jiang Beichen was overjoyed. The middle-aged cultivator in front of him was an elder of the Xintian sect, an immortal sect that was on good terms with the North Moon Empire. His strength was at the Saint Realm. It was extremely terrifying. It could definitely subdue demonic beasts. Roar! You've angered me. The demon was sent flying. It jumped up angrily and roared angrily. Its body enlarged, revealing its true appearance. Immediately after, a violent aura was like a storm. It opened its bloody mouth like a black hole, and a huge suction force seemed to want to devour everything in the world. What is it? This demonic beast's cultivation level was tribulation transcendence. Elder Xianjia and Elder Xianyi were instantly shocked. They immediately looked at each other and apologized to Jiang Beichen. They were about to escape. However, before Jiang Beichen could finish listening to their conversation, the 2 elders, Xianjia and Xianyi, were instantly swallowed by the demons that had erupted. Blood splattered everywhere. The 2 Saint Realm experts were directly torn into pieces by the demon's mouth. It was only then that Jiang Beichen finally saw the true face of the monster. It was a huge boa that was 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in pitch black scales. On its body there were even 2 ugly claws. The huge boa opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 2 Saint Realm experts. Hee, these 2 people suddenly ambushed me and caught me off guard. Do they really think they're my match? The giant boa waved its claws and shouted angrily, its voice echoing in Jiang Beichen's mind. This time, Jiang Beichen was truly in despair. This giant boa could even devour a Saint Realm expert, let alone a mortal like him. Unless an expert came to save him. After experiencing the ups and downs of his emotions, Jiang Beichen did not know how to face the giant boa. In a trance, he seemed to see a handsome young man walking over with a medicine box on his shoulder. The muscles on his body were extremely clear and orderly, and his posture was still. However, there was no aura fluctuation around him. Immortal? He seemed to be picking herbs. He must have lost his way in the black wind. Jiang Beichen thought. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway. I'll save as many as I can. Jiang Beichen looked at the handsome young man. He was still nearly 1,000 meters away from where he was. As long as he could stall for a while longer, he should be able to let the young man escape. Immediately, Jiang Beichen wanted to remind the young man to run away. Leave quickly, there are demons here. Run! Jiang Beichen shouted anxiously. However, the young man seemed to have not heard him, and continued walking in that direction. Chapter 115 Chapter 115. Isn't it just an earthworm? Chapter 115. Isn't it just an earthworm? The young man was getting closer and closer. A faint smile hung on his handsome and resolute face. If it wasn't Wang Miaoshu who had rushed to the East Victory continent to pick the herbs, who else could it be? It's over. That was the only thought in Jiang Beichen's mind when he saw Wang Miaoshu walking over. Even 2 Saint Realm experts had been swallowed. Moreover, the 2 saints had said that this was a tribulation transcending demon. Tribulation transcendence was an existence that stood at the peak of the entire continent. So what if a mere mortal didn't die? Forget it. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. Even if you die, you can't blame me. Jiang Beichen closed his eyes and waited for death for the 3rd time. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, an extremely frequent sound of attacks rang out. It was as if a hammer was hammering. It even seemed that the painful screams of the demonic beast could be heard. What was going on? Jiang Beichen opened his eyes again. This time, it was as if he had been struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. He saw the handsome man waving his fist and punching the huge boa, making a hammering sound. The sound was extremely violent, as if the earth was shaking. The 100-foot-long boa was unable to withstand the barrage of fists, and its body kept rolling and struggling on the ground. However, Wang Miaoshu's other hand was firmly gripping the huge boa. No matter how the huge boa rolled, it was unable to escape. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within a few breaths, the huge boa had turned into the size of an earthworm. It let out a painful scream and then fainted. Flaha, not bad medicinal ingredients. Wang Miaoshu picked up the little earthworm and put it into her medicine box. She smiled faintly. Hiss. This time, it was Jiang Beichen's turn to let out a hissing sound. He sucked in a breath of cold air and stood rooted to the ground for a long time, not daring to move. It was too terrifying. This mortal, no, a mighty figure actually used his fist to knock out a huge tribulation-passing boa. Heavens! Moreover, through the window, he could vaguely see that the expert seemed to have walked into this inn and was about to go upstairs. Jiang Beichen only snapped out of his daze after a long while and hurriedly turned around to open the door. He wanted to thank this senior for saving his life. Without this senior, he would already be a dead soul in the mouth of the giant boa. However, when he opened the door, Jiang Beichen was even more shocked. Master, I'm here to pick herbs. Wang Miaoshu stood respectfully in front of the room of the great sun immortal and called out respectfully to the young man whom he had tested earlier. It's fine. It's good that you're here, Xiao Changtian said lightly. The black wind outside the window had just dispersed. His disciple should not be in danger. Master, I found a medicinal catalyst. Can you see if it can be used to make the Zhuang Yang pill in the prescription? As Wang Miaoshu spoke, he took out the little earthworm that the huge tribulation transcending boa had transformed into and humbly asked for advice. Let me see. Xiao Changtian stared at the little earthworm and observed it for a while. He nodded and said, It's possible, but it's still a little lacking. The effect will be greatly reduced. According to the records in the prescription, it was best to use a flood python to refine this pill. The little earthworm was much weaker. Yes. Wang Miaoshu nodded respectfully. He originally thought that a first-level tribulation transcendence boa should be enough. However, according to his master, it was indeed not enough. The medicinal effect could not be exerted to its maximum extent. Hiss. Jiang Beichen sucked in a breath of cold air again and hurriedly closed the door that had a small gap in it. He slumped to the ground. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The mortal carrying the medicine box was a Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert. He had even killed a Tribulation Transcendence Realm giant boa with a pair of fists. However, the mortal he had tested earlier was actually the master of such a senior. In other words, that senior was at least a high-level Dujia expert. In addition, that senior said that a huge boa at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm was not enough to be used as a medicinal catalyst. There were also the 3 words that judged the 9 Phoenix matriarch previously. Could it be that this senior is a Mahayana cultivator? Jiang Beichen was instantly overjoyed. His face was filled with pleasant surprise. If that was really the case, then wouldn't he have found an opportunity? Immediately, Jiang Beichen calmed his emotions and wanted to go out and find that senior to take him as his master. To be able to follow by the side of a Desheng senior, this was a supreme opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Changtian pinched the earthworm and thought for a while. He decided to forget about it. It was too small. It was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Whoever gets it will get it. Xiao Changtian directly threw the little earthworm on the ground and let Black Tortoise, Phoenix and the others go to snatch it. Coo coo coo. The old hen immediately cried out and was about to fight for it. However, the green-haired turtle was not inferior. Even Alpha, who had never fought for anything, joined the ranks. Wang Miaoshu watched this scene and felt cold sweat run down his back. He was silently mourning for the giant boa. This was Senior Black Tortoise and Senior Phoenix. How terrifying would it be to be squeezed in the middle of these mighty figures? However, at this moment, Black Tortoise and the others were still restraining their aura. The little earthworm thought that Wang Miaoshu had let down his guard and hurriedly ran out of the door. In the blink of an eye, he ran away. Coo, caw, woof. The 3 animals followed suit. The huge boa was running away, but it was extremely excited. As long as it could get out of that person's sight, it would have a chance to escape. Jiang Beichen, who had opened the door to his room and was about to come over to take her as his master, saw this scene. Not good, the giant boa has run out. Jiang Beichen's face was filled with shock. He had seen the giant boa, and it had also seen him. It was flying toward him in a frenzy. Jiang Beichen's heart turned cold again. However, what made him even more desperate was yet to come. Behind the huge boa, a Xuanwu phantom that was as tall as the sky suddenly appeared. There was also a phoenix that was surrounded by an endless fire domain, and a divine dog that could devour the world. His legs went limp. If he hadn't been leaning against the door frame, he would have collapsed on the ground. The phoenix phantom bit down and instantly roasted the huge boa in the endless fire domain. Then it swallowed its lower abdomen. Hee hee, ugly turtle, you can't do it. Phoenix laughed at Black Tortoise. The 3 of them put away their Dharma idols at the same time. Black Tortoise was furious. He was actually 1 step faster than Phoenix. He deserved to die. He was very depressed. He turned around and left, walking into the room. Alpha didn't care. He shook his head and went back. As for Phoenix, she raised her proud chicken head and rolled her eyes. She stared at Jiang Beichen with disdain, before leisurely walking into the room. Chapter 116 Chapter 116 Your Highness, the person you want me to follow is the 9 Phoenix Matriarchal Eye. Chapter 116 Your Highness, the person you want me to follow is the 9 Phoenix Matriarchal Eye. Jiang Beichen was frightened. After Phoenix left, the door to the room closed automatically. His body was like a sponge, as he slid down the edge of the door frame, and sat on the ground. Uncle Li, come back first. There's no need to follow. With great difficulty, Jiang Beichen took out a communication talisman from his sleeve, and sent a voice transmission to the guard following Mu Jiuhuang. The guard's name was Li Jie. At that moment, out of fear, Jiang Beichen no longer dared to address the guard as Li Jie. Instead, he addressed him as Uncle Li. However, there was no reply from the other end of the communication talisman. Did something happen to Uncle Li? Jiang Beichen closed his eyes helplessly. On the other side, Li Jie was following Mu Jiuhuang, but as he followed, something was wrong. He actually followed her all the way to the 9 Phoenix dynasty. Knowing that this woman might not be simple, Li Jie immediately turned off anything that would expose his whereabouts. This included the communication talisman on his body. Come out. You followed me all the way. Do you really think I didn't notice you? Mu Jiuhuang turned around. Her face was silent and cold. Her voice was extremely solemn. At this moment, she was the empress who controlled life and death. You found me? Li Jie's expression changed drastically. He knew that it was useless to hide anymore. He could only walk out with fear and disbelief on his face. He believed that he had concealed himself very well, and did not leak a trace of his aura. How could he be seen through by the person in front of him? In front of me, Mu Jiuhuang, no one can hide. Mu Jiuhuang said domineeringly. The aura around her exploded like a brilliant mountain, instantly pressing down on Li Jie. In an instant, Li Jie's legs could no longer bear the weight, and he directly knelt on the ground. With a crack, the ground sank several meters. Li Jie's body was directly buried in the pit. Are you the Empress? Empress, please spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. One didn't mean to offend you. Spare me. Li Jie turned pale with fright, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Mu Jiuhuang was the name of the Empress. In the territory of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, no one dared to call the Empress by her name, except for the Empress herself. Coupled with the terrifying pressure in front of him, how could Li Jie not understand that the person in front of him was the 9 Phoenix matriarch? His heart was filled with shock. He couldn't understand why the person before him was actually the 9 Phoenix matriarch. An empress following a mortal as a maid? No, that was not right. In just a moment, Li Jie reacted. How could that mortal be a real mortal? He was clearly a supreme existence that even the 9 Phoenix matriarch had to respect. Oh no, could something have happened to the crown prince? Li Jie cursed in his heart. He had already offended the 9 Phoenix great emperor. If the crown prince offended that senior, the consequences would be unimaginable. Please spare my life, Empress. Li Jiexin felt like he was dead. At this moment, he felt that there was nothing he could do. He could only beg for mercy, and hope for a chance of survival. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll explain everything clearly. Mu Jiuhuang said lightly. Li Jie had only followed them along the way, and did not have any evil intentions. She could sense it. Yes. It's like this. Li Jie hurriedly explained the cause and effect of the matter. 15 minutes passed. Mu Jiuhuang finally figured out the cause and effect. Only then did she understand that the North Moon Empire's crown prince had peerless talent, but he did not have a master who was strong enough. He happened to hear his master's discussion, and wanted to test if his master was an expert. Go back and tell Jiang Beichen that my master is a supreme existence and cannot be offended. If he really wants to become master's disciple, he should go and ask master. As for whether master agrees or not, it's master's decision. Do you understand? Mu Jiahuang said sternly. Her voice was solemn. With a wave of her hand, a powerful law pulled Li Jie out of the pit again. Understood, understood. Li Jie hurriedly nodded. Seeing that Mu Jiahuang had entered the Nine Phoenix Empire, Li Jie hurriedly left. On the way, he reopened the restriction of the communication talisman. To his surprise, he realized that Jiang Beichen had already contacted him. But now, Jiang Beichen's communication talisman seemed to have been cut off. Oh no, did something happen to the crown prince? Could it be that he offended that expert? Li Jie was shocked, and he quickly rushed back to the inn. The black wind dispersed and disappeared completely. The sun shone brightly once again. Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger and walked out of the inn. He asked the innkeeper that the only printing company within 100 miles was called Pingshang Enterprise. He was going to head to Pingshang Enterprise to discuss with the owner of Pingshang Enterprise. He wanted to do a batch of printing in the East Victory State to test the waters. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the books that sold well in the North Barren State and the South Port State would have a 100% market in the East Victory State. At any time, practice was the only standard to test the truth. He wanted to test the waters first. If he printed 10,000 sets and no one bought them, wouldn't he be losing money? Very quickly, Xiao Changtian arrived at the shop on the plateau. The shop was quite spacious, but people came and went, making it extremely noisy. It was as lively as a vegetable market. Sir, what business do you want to handle? A voluptuous woman in a low-cut dress walked over with a professional fake smile on her face. I want to contact the trading company and publish a few books. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Book publishing? Sir, do you have the funds? Our Pingshang Mall doesn't do business at a loss. The woman faked a smile, but her tone was filled with disdain. She looked at Xiao Changtian, who was wearing a plain green robe and holding a white cat in his arms. She didn't think that Xiao Changtian was a rich man. Here, this is the deposit. As a transmigrator, Xiao Changtian understood the maid's thoughts. He immediately took out the piece of gold that Jiang Beichen had given him. This is just the beginning. Xiao Changtian's eyes were calm as he spoke to the maid. Seeing the gold, the maid's attitude changed 180 degrees. He wished he could stick his body to Xiao Changtian. This was a sugar daddy, a big sugar daddy. All right, bring me to your manager. Xiao Changtian said impatiently. He came to the publishing office, not to wash his feet. Yes. However, the maid did not feel the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, she happily agreed to lead the way. At the same time, Li Jie had also rushed back to the inn, only to find that Jiang Beichen had fallen asleep and had thrown the jade communication talisman aside. He woke Jiang Beichen up. You're back. Jiang Beichen's face lit up. Finally, there was a normal person. However, what Li Jie said next almost made him faint again. Your Highness, the woman you asked me to follow is Nine Phoenix, the Great Emperor. Chapter 117. Chapter 117: One won't let him sell a single book. 1. Chapter 117: One won't let him sell a single book. 1. Oh, however, the Jiang Beichen that Li Jie had imagined did not appear. On the contrary, Jiang Beichen only replied with an extremely calm, "Oh." It seemed that he was not surprised by this result. Li Jie frowned. He didn't understand. She was the Empress, a powerful figure of her generation. Yet, she had become someone else's maid, and the Crown Prince was not surprised at all. This was not right. Li Jie looked at Jiang Beichen and touched his forehead. He realized that Jiang Beichen didn't have a fever. Could it be an internal injury? Li Jie was puzzled again. The divine voice instantly covered Jiang Beichen. and his face revealed a puzzled expression. Then, he scanned Jiang Beichen's body with his divine telekinesis and saw through Jiang Beichen. He found that there were no internal injuries. "Uncle Li, don't waste your energy. I'm not sick. I'm just used to it." After you left, a black fog appeared around the inn. After that, Jiang Beichen recounted what had happened after Li Jie left. "What? Is there such a thing? A demonic beast undergoing tribulation was smashed by a few punches. Is it not qualified to be used to refine medicine? There's also the divine beast black tortoise, the phoenix, the divine dog." This time, it was Li Jie's turn to be shocked. Every existence could kill him with a snap of his fingers without any effort. Now so many big shots were actually gathered together. In an instant, he suddenly felt that it wasn't unacceptable for the Empress to become someone else's maid. "Your Highness, when the 9 Phoenix matriarch released me, she told me something. She said that if you want to acknowledge a master, you have to follow the etiquette and ask the seniors." Li Jie relayed Mu Zhihuang's words. Since the 9 Phoenix matriarch said so, there must still be hope. "All right." Jiang Beichen nodded. He regained his fighting spirit and stood up. "Since it's a matter of acknowledging a teacher, the ceremony of acknowledging a teacher can't be abandoned. I need to prepare properly. However, what gift should I prepare?" Jiang Beichen was confused. "Gold? No way, no way." Previously, the reason why Senior had accepted his gold was because he wanted to hide his identity as a peerless expert. Such an expert has returned to his original state and is hiding in the mortal world. He wants to seek peace, so he didn't let me disturb him. What about spirit stones? No, experts did not lack this. Then what gift should one give him? Jiang Beichen looked confused and extremely puzzled. "Your Highness, I feel that you only need to have a sincere heart. According to my understanding, when a master takes in a disciple, besides talent, the most important thing is sincerity. Only sincerity can move an expert." "Is that so?" Jiang Beichen still couldn't believe it. "The key is that we don't have anything now." Li Jie spread his hands. "All right," Jiang Beichen replied. She tidied up her clothes and regained her composure. At the same time, she made a draft in her heart. Jiang Beichen mustered up his courage and came to the door of Taoist De Yang's room, knocking lightly on it. "Come in." A vigorous voice came from the room. Jiang Beichen was delighted. He pushed the door open and entered, but after entering, he found that Xiao Changtian was not there. "Seniors, is the expert not here?" Jiang Beichen asked, puzzled. "Oh, Master went to the shop on the plateau to check on the shop and hasn't returned yet. It will probably take a few more hours." Wang Miaoshu replied indifferently. He was currently refining the medicinal formula. His expression was focused and he did not say much. "Sorry to disturb you too." Jiang Beichen nodded respectfully and closed the door. "The shop on the plateau. Go." Jiang Beichen did not even think about it. He walked directly to the shop on the plateau. Since he was sincere about learning from a master, he naturally could not wait for the master to return before he went to learn from him. Now he needed to go and find his master. Only then could he let his master feel his sincerity. In the shop on the plateau, under the guidance of the plump maid, Jiang Beichen arrived at a secluded cubicle. The cubicle was built in a unique way. Even the floor was paved with glass. The table was made of high-quality golden nanmu. The chairs were all made of special craftsmanship and inlaid with precious stones. They were extremely luxurious. Let me briefly introduce myself. 1 a.m. The young master of the flat shop. My name is Chen Pingping. I am in charge of publishing books. Sitting opposite Xiao Changtian was a woman in a light blue dress. Her beautiful eyebrows accentuated her big watery eyes. She was holding a book in her hand. It was obvious that she was reading it before she came in. Since he was someone who liked reading, this matter was easy to handle. I'm planning to publish a book first to test the waters in the market of the victorious East continent. This is my draft. Xiao Changtian took out a draft of longevity and placed it on the table. All right. The woman nodded and picked up the draft. The more she read, the more surprised she became. She even screamed as she read. It's really well written. An hour later, Chen Pingping finally finished reading this book, but his mood still could not calm down. His mind was still filled with the plot of the book, and his breathing was fluctuating like the mountain peak. Why do you want to hand Pingping over? 1 point all unfair, IAA. Xiao Changtian pondered. He could understand Chen Pingping's state. This was the first time the online novels of his previous life on the Blue Planet had come to this world. Just like when he first read a novel, he was amazed. But now he was already numb. Looking back at the novels of the past, he could even awkwardly deduct 3 rooms and 1 living room from his toes. Mr. Xiao, I need to report this matter to my father, the real owner of the business on the plateau. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. Chen Pingping stood up, took the draft, and walked straight into a dark room at the back. Father, I found a huge business opportunity. If we can reach a deal, the profits of the Pingshang enterprise will double again. No, it's even more than twice as much. Chen Pingping walked in and spoke to a middle-aged man wearing a long robe embroidered with golden threads. The middle-aged man held an abacus in his hand. He kept looking at the account book and calculating while listening to Chen Pingping's description. After hearing that, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Pingping, leave this matter to me. Father will discuss it. I'm good at lowering the price. If that person doesn't agree, then I'll use my own methods to make sure that he won't be able to sell a single book in the North Moon Empire, or even the entire victorious East Continent. As the middle-aged man spoke, he put down the abacus in his hand and picked up the draft. But father, isn't this a bad idea? Chen Pingping frowned slightly. Pingping, you have to understand that there are only benefits in this world. The middle-aged man sneered and walked out. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.